Both the hands at the back, holding the opposite shoulders. Now again, gaze to the third eye, visualize frog in your inner space as you pull the stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha, Mulbandha. Catch the immortality of nectar of immortality dripping from the Sahasrara chakra.
मण्डुकासनमध्यस्थं कूर्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः एतद्भेकवदुत्थानम् एतदुत्थानमण्डुकम्.
Now, the next asana is Simhasana. As you cross the ankles at the back and sit on the feet. Now, keep the knees wide, fingers spread on the top. Open the mouth wide and stick out the tongue. Inhale forcibly. Gaze to the nose. Visualize lion in a space.
दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन ततेतरं हस्तौ जान्वौ संस्थाप्य स्वाङ्गुलीश्च प्रसार्य च.
The next asana is Bhadrasana. As you sit with the soles of the feet together at back, knees wide apart. Now, bring the hands in Pranamudra. Hold the opposite big toe. Gaze to the nose. As you engage Jalanda Bandha and Mulbandha, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः पादाङ्गुष्ठौ कराभ्यां च धृत्वा च पृष्ठदेशतः.
Now the next asana is Kakavasindhyasana. As you squat and keep the feet flat on the ground. Now knees wide apart as you wrap the arms in and around the back. Now interlace the fingers if you can. Now gaze to the nose as you visualize grow in your inner space.
प्रथमे वैसकौकटठाने दोवुहातपकवी च आने.
Now the next asana is Kanipasana. As you place the palms on the floor, shoulder width apart. Now bring the knees onto the arms towards the armpit. Lift off the feet, ground balancing as you lean forward. Vijay Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन को गुण आशीदुष्टा होई तो आछी होई.
Now drop the legs. Now the next asana is Kapali Asana. As you place both the hands on the ground, shoulder width apart. Now bring the head on the ground, forming a triangle between the head. Now bring the knees onto the arms. Now lift out the leg and raise it above the head towards the sky as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
शीश शीशा धरती देगी पगदो वो मिलिवा ऊंचा कुकरे.
Now slowly take your body down. The next
Yes. Nityanandam, everyone. Welcoming you all to day 6 in Paramashivoham level 1. Let's begin with the Sadguru Vandanam. Please sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Hands together in Atmanjali Mudra. Take a deep breath. Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Gnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyadilakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. In our journey of realizing the eternal bliss that we truly are, the Nithyananda Spurana, we have been working on the various energy bodies inside of us. And now in today's session, we will be touching on the etheric body. What is the etheric body? Holding the samskaras. The etheric body is associated with mental pain and suffering. The etheric body is a space where the intense emotions are stored. Usually, all of our intense emotions are those of pain only. You do not know any other intense emotion. If you know any other intense emotion, then you are a spiritual person, says Bhagavan. Look into your life and see that pain gives you such an intense feeling. When you are depressed or in pain, you can see that you become very intense and your whole mind is centered. Your mind does not move to anything else. However, when you are in a blissful mood, have you experienced any bliss to the depth to which you have experienced pain? No. That is why I say all we know is only pain. The most frightening thing in the world for us is pain. All living beings are afraid of one thing, and that is pain. If you look deeply, you will find that people don't fear death as much as they fear the pain that they will have to undergo at the time of death. When it comes to fear, we have different types of fears: fear of poverty, fear of losing relationships, fear of contracting disease, fear of losing wealth, and so on. But the root cause of all these fears is pain. All the fears of man stem from the fear of pain. What is pain? Let us understand. Pain is that which is born out of resistance to the present moment. Please internalize this truth. Pain is that which is born out of resistance to the present moment. Pain is always born out of resistance to the present moment. It can be physical, mental, or emotional. Physical pain is the least of our worries. In a way, it is a basic necessity for the body. Just imagine if we could feel no pain in our physical body. We might actually start styling our faces and limbs the way we style our hair today. Pain is the symbol of bodily wisdom, and pain is what makes us integrated human beings. Contrary to what we believe, most of us are not living with our entire body. We live only in the upper parts, neglecting the lower parts of the body. Just try this. Close your eyes and imagine yourself. Visualize yourself, your being. Call your name to yourself. Which part of the body comes to your visualization first? It would definitely be your face and the upper limbs, certainly not the lower body parts. This clearly shows that we are not fully alive in every cell, in every limb of ours. Even in our minds, we make this distinction. The upper limbs are the masters, lower limbs are the servants. When you create this separation unknowingly, your energy or life force is channeled only to the body parts that you focus on with importance. Just touch your cheek. Doesn't it feel sensitive, alive? Now, touch your foot. Does it feel the same? Notice that you are not as alive in your foot as in your cheek. Why is that? It's purely due to your lack of attention to your feet. You never feel your lower body parts in the same caring and responsible way in which you feel your upper body parts. Pain is nothing but resistance to the present moment. On the emotional and mental level, pain is usually the result of some form of judgment that is constantly going on inside you, right? Research reveals that emotional imbalance can deeply disturb the physical body. For example, sexual repression can result in back pain, or the sense of shouldering too much of responsibility can cause pain in the shoulders. Even if you don't take up much responsibility, you just start feeling inside you that you're doing too much, will cause pain in the shoulders. A small story. In Calcutta, there were two small ashrams whose presidents were not on good terms with each other. One day, a person of some authority arrived in one ashram and invited the president to join him in visiting the other ashram. The president, who was not in good terms with the president of the other ashram, was now in distress. He could not refuse, but at the same time, he didn't want to go either. Suddenly, the president developed a high fever, which prevented him from leaving the place. He manifested that for himself. Swamiji says, I saw this with my own eyes. As soon as the other person left, the fever, the temperature came back to normal again. The fever disappeared. Haven't we all experienced Monday morning blues? Whether we are children or we are adults, we experience this. When we are children, we display bodily symptoms of illness when Monday arrives after a long weekend. Remember those stomach aches, the toothache, the light fever that happens when you have to start school on Monday after a long weekend? Similarly, when we are adults, although we don't openly express our feelings, we do feel unease at having to go back to office on Monday mornings. So when the mind and the body pull you in opposite directions, there is every chance that disease happens in you. Every time you experience pain, it leaves behind a residue which becomes lodged in the body. By and by, this accumulated residue creates a negative energy field around you, which we call as the pain body. What is the pain body? Repeated experiences of pain leaves behind a certain residue. This accumulated residue creates a negative energy field around you, which we call as pain body. The pain body is responsible for and controls most of our pain patterns. The other day, a handsome young boy belonging to an Orthodox family was brought to our healing center. His complaint was one of sudden blindness. This is a real incident that has happened, which goes on to prove the power of the mind over the senses. Now, this boy came from a very Orthodox family who was brought by his parents to the healing center, the complaint being sudden onset of blindness. His parents were weeping and told me that the boy was in excellent health, but had suddenly turned blind 1 week earlier. All the medical tests revealed perfect vision, but still he could not see. After scanning his energy, I requested that I may spend a few moments alone with the boy. No sooner did he get the opportunity to talk to me in private, the boy poured out his troubles to me. He said that he was deeply in love with a girl, but had been forced by his parents to stop seeing her. I immediately figured out the root cause of the problem, and I asked the boy to get a photograph of the girl and spend the next 3 days meditating upon it continuously. His parents were taken aback at this unconventional solution, that too from a spiritual master. But you will be amazed, the technique worked a wonder. In 3 days, the boy regained his vision perfectly, and he was able to see like before. How did this happen? See, when the boy was compelled not to see what he most wanted to see, his subconscious mind decided not to see anything at all. If I'm not seeing her, what is the point in seeing anything else, right? Just by the power of his intense thought, he became blind. His blindness was deeply psychological. Just imagine what tremendous power the mind has over the senses. In the Bhagavata Purana, it is mentioned that Krishna and Radha took birth within a few moments of each other. Radha was a normal baby in every way, except that she would not open her eyes. A few days later, Radha's mother visited Krishna's house to see baby Krishna, and she took her newborn daughter Radha with her. The moment Radha was brought into Krishna's presence, she opened her eyes and beheld Krishna before her. Later in life, when questioned by a friend about this incident, Radha remarked, "What else was there to be seen? What else was there to see? It is for Krishna that I have taken birth, so I waited till I was taken to his presence to open my eyes." This may be a tale, but it illustrates the tremendous power of the mind over the body. The truth also is that you invite pain upon yourself. Actually, pain is a requisition letter written by some part of the body to the mind saying, "Please pay me some attention." Understand, your attention is your energy. Wherever you direct your attention, there your energy is also directed, and in that direction you witness growth. Isn't it? Have you all not experienced this? If wherever you put in your attention, that is also the place where you're giving your energy. When you put your time, your energy, your attention into anything in life, you will witness growth in that aspect. Actually, you invite pain upon yourself. Not many people will believe it if they are told that they invite pain upon themselves, like honored guests into their household. One more story to illustrate. You invite pain upon yourself. Once a man entered a restaurant and began ordering various food items. Platefuls of steaming hot food of various types were made their way to his table, and he ate with relish. After a hearty meal, he finally signaled the waiter to stop bringing him food. The waiter duly returned with a long bill of all the items that he had had. The man, looking at the bill, innocently asks, "What is this? Why have you brought this to me? I haven't ordered anything like this." Understand, when you order food, you have to remember that you're ordering the bill also. In the same way, we invite pain and disease upon ourselves with our immoderate habits and stressful lifestyles, and then forget all about it and complain later when disease takes its toll. One more thing. Although we suffer because of our disease, we also enjoy it secretly in a way because it gets us attention from people. Remember, even when you're children, many kids, they play, they fall, they have a fracture, and on the cast, they will have the signature of all their friends, and they totally enjoy that attention. And I've seen children who are wanting to have a fall and a fracture so that they get their friends visiting them home and get them to sign on that cast that they have on their hands. It's literally like that. We never grow out of that phase, because even with disease, the flip side of it is the pain and the suffering. But the good side of it is that you get attention from people. This is no wonder, because in the hectic pace of today's life, who really has the time to pay attention to the other person unless they fall ill? Attention is a basic need of every individual, for every individual. Psychology proves that normally a man can stay alive without food for up to 90 days, but without the attention of others, he will lose his sanity in just 14 days. Attention is energy, it is a life force. Though we are unaware of it, the craving for attention is so great that to gain it, we create our low energy pools and gladly suffer the disease too. A very hard truth, but the truth. An engineer working in a large firm brought the same dish for lunch every day. Every day he complained about how he hated that particular dish. His sympathetic friends would share their lunch with him. One day, one of his friends finally asked him, "Why don't you just ask your wife to cook something different for a change that you like? How can you be bringing the same thing every day?" Now, this man asks, "What wife?" The man asked in surprise. "I'm a bachelor. I cook my own lunch." This may sound funny, but most of us live our lives in very much the same way. Through our lack of awareness, we first invite pain upon ourselves and then complain about it and resort to painkillers. We never identify ourselves as the root cause of the pain. We always throw the responsibility of the pain on others. If physical pain is perceived as the absence of your attention, then the remedy is but obvious. It is your presence. There is a simple and a beautiful self-healing meditation technique that channels your presence into the diseased limb. It is definitely a better option than painkillers, whose side effects sometimes prove worse than the original complaint. Just understand, self-healing is just the presence. Let us say that you have limb pain. Lie down in a dark room, focusing only on the part that is causing you pain. Make a conscious effort to forget about the rest of your body. As you experience your painful limb, deliberately drop the word pain from your mind. It is a very, very beautiful and a powerful technique for a pain-free experience. Any one of you having knee pain, back pain, headache, try this. We're not even asking you to believe what we are saying. We are telling you to experiment with these truths. Just focus, lie down in a dark room, focus only on that part that is causing you pain, and make a conscious effort to forget about the rest of your body. As you experience your painful limb, deliberately drop the word pain from your mind. Just observe what is happening there. Your mental chatter will continue to tell you that you feel pain. Switch it off. Feel deeply. Experience with an open mind. Look into what is happening inside your mind in the context of the pain. You will soon see that your mind was just exaggerating the pain. Put all your awareness on the center of the pain, and it will soon shrink to become just a tiny pinpoint of pain. Concentrate completely on this point, and you will discover in a sudden moment that the pain has disappeared, and in its place is pleasure or bliss. pain and pleasure are nothing but two sides of the same coin. Pleasure is the opposite of pain, and like all opposites, one has no existence without the other. There is no darkness without light, isn't it? Similarly, there is no pleasure without pain. You cannot enjoy pleasure without suffering, without pain. It is significant that ancient Indian scriptures use the same word pain to imply both pleasure and pain, because pain is the ultimate result of both. The root of pain and pleasure is the same. It is the same sensation with two names. If you have ever received a good massage from a friend or a professional, you will realize that the same massage would seem like sheer physical violence if you received it at the hands of a stranger. On the other hand, bliss is that which arises when you drop the ideas of both pain and pleasure. And you have to drop them both together. There is no other way. Bliss is what floods you when both pain and pleasure have ceased to disturb you. Bliss is beyond pain and pleasure. It is perfect harmony, complete inner silence, and total peace. Pain and pleasure are two sides of the same coin. If you try to understand the truth of your experience, it will be that pain does not exist at all. Pain only has a negative existence. Like darkness, it is only an absence. The absence of what? The absence of awareness. That's all. As darkness disappears on its own accord when light is brought into a room, so also pain dissolves automatically when the energy of your awareness is focused upon it. You can use your pain as a tool to enter your being. You will find that pain itself can become a door to Ananda or bliss. A small story. Two men were traveling through a forest on a dark, moonless night. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed in the sky. One of them began to tremble in fear. A storm. His mind was immediately caught in confusion. Should he continue to walk, or should he find a safe place to stop until the storm was over? He began wishing that he had never decided to undertake the journey. He cursed himself as foolish and unlucky. In other words, he fell headlong into suffering with just a few strokes of lightning. The other man, in the same circumstance, simply used the moments of lightning flashes to take a better look at the road ahead, and he kept moving. He made sure that he was traveling in the right direction and thanked the lightning for its help and moved on. Similarly, pain is just like this flash of lightning. It happens, but whether you suffer from it or you learn from it is entirely up to you. Then you will realize that you are the cause of your own pain, and only you can be the solution. Pain teaches you that you are beyond the body. When you observe your pain deeply, innocence opens up in you. For the first time, you become aware that you are not the body. No pain can touch the real you. Once you realize that you are beyond pain, you transcend pain to become dukkhatita, one who has gone beyond suffering. pain can be such a great teacher. Pain teaches you that you are beyond the body. You experience the rare freedom that arises with non-attachment to the body that you have carried all your life. You transcend your mundane life and enter into a spiritual plane. You then exist in the world as an Atman, an enlightened master. The whole material world disappears and another world arises of incomparable beauty, innocence, joy, and compassion. As the Bhagavad Gita says, he who is ever established in the self takes woe and joy alike, regards a clod of earth, a stone, and a piece of gold equal in value, is possessed by wisdom, receives the pleasant and the unpleasant in the same spirit, and views censure and praise alike. With awareness and practice, pain can become the magical portal to enter into eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Just to see with intense inner clarity the nature and cause of pain will make pain evaporate because it no longer has a reason to exist in you. And this realization brings with it a state of absolute bliss, which is the state of enlightenment. Enlightenment allows you to see for the first time that what you call happiness and contentment earlier were not true happiness and true contentment. Enlightenment showers a real bliss upon you, real ecstasy, and it gives you a taste of the real. Pain is the catalyst to start the quest for truth. If you look a little deeply inside you, you actually need to be thankful for the pain and suffering that you experience. They are the catalysts that set you upon your quest for truth and transcendence. Just look into your life. When you were happy about something, did you ever wonder about what is the meaning of life? Why am I here for? What is the purpose? Have you asked all those basic questions? Did you look inwards to see who you are, what life is all about? Did you feel the need to deeply know about the ultimate truth? No. When things are going smoothly, we just blindly follow the same routine with barely any awareness or consciousness. It's all set in an auto mode. Unconsciously, life just moves on. There's nothing to disturb you from the routine, so you continue without any awareness. On the other hand, when pain happens in you, it makes you look at it objectively. It forces you to look deeper into life, to learn what its mystery is all about. In reality, it is a blessing in disguise. It is the key that can open the door to the world of reality. The choice is yours to open the door or not. It can simply shake you out from both the dream state and the waking state, the waking dream state that we are in. Understand, even if you are awake, you are not completely in touch with reality. You live in a world of your desires and fears and hence see things in the same light. Pain can be a great teacher which can simply jolt you out of the dream and put you in touch with reality as is. With pain, your usual thought patterns are shattered and you begin to see things as they actually are. You begin to recognize a subtle distance between you and the pain, and that it is not your pain, not something that is a part of you by nature. You start dissociating yourself with the pain, and you will no longer identify it as your pain. You'll start to recognize the distance between you and the pain. In fact, pain is simply the response that you have chosen to a particular situation. Once you see that, how can you suffer any more? You just let go of it. It's a very intelligent and a conscious decision that you can make for yourself. The intelligent ones do not curse the pain or the person inflicting it upon them. They use it as a blessing to go in and see what the system response is and try to cut the root of the pain. Pain can be a great teacher if you allow it to be. If in one instance you properly research the cause and the effect of pain within you, it can turn out to be the biggest turning point in your life. Such an powerful emotion pain is. We go on to talk about accepting your emotions objectively. Bhagavan says, many people come and ask me, I get angry and hurt easily when someone insults me. How can I avoid this? I tell them, why do you try to avoid it? To suppress pain, anger, humiliation will only cause it to stay in your system in a repressed form. Suppressed emotions can be dangerous. A little anger, a small feeling of hurt can fester over time into a deep and lasting hatred. Try accepting your emotions without judging yourself. It's okay. Why do you even want to avoid it? Are you feeling hurt? Okay. Now, enter completely into the hurt feeling. Don't avoid it and don't reject it. Sit by yourself and enter into it. Neither give yourself sympathy nor direct the hurt against the person who hurt you. Simply watch the emotion as it plays in your system. That's all. If you decide to do this sincerely, the process may take a while, maybe a few hours, or maybe even a few days. But at the end of it, you will see a transformation you never imagined. After all, emotion is energy, tremendous energy, and pain is the strongest emotion in you. How long can so much of raw energy circulate in your system? The moment you accept your pain with no rejection, welcoming its role in your life, the whole quality of the pain changes. After all, pain is an emotion and emotion is energy. Your most intense of emotion is pain, which means just imagine the kind of energy that it is. You just bringing awareness to it, accepting it, you will be infusing your system with such tremendous energy. The same energy that was pain, anger, or suffering is now transformed into the blessed emotion of love and bliss. This is compassion, the silent force that moves in each of us, the force that transforms the ugly into the beautiful, and compassion brings its own reward. Just give yourself a chance and you can experience what I am saying. I don't speak philosophy. I speak out of experience. So why do love and pain always seem to go hand in hand? Let's understand. In the first place, isn't your idea of giving freedom to your beloved a very wrong one? Love itself implies giving the other total freedom, unconditional freedom. To say that you are giving a certain amount of freedom to the other itself shows that you are holding back a certain amount. No one looks at it this way and nobody understands it. It is natural to want to possess your beloved, and that is the play of the ego. It is difficult to imagine that your beloved may need space and time away from you. You try to do the right thing by giving freedom to your lover. But when she actually uses that freedom, you end up feeling exploited. Actually, you never expected that she would ever use that freedom to do what she wants and be with whom she wants to be with. When you see her giving time and energy to something or somebody other than you, you start feeling possessive and cheated. The reason that love usually brings so much of pain with it is that lovers unknowingly force each other into the golden cage of their own expectations. It's a golden cage, but still a cage. You're trying to bind the other person. But true love can never blossom in captivity. You try to imprison your lover, and she does the same time after time until you end up feeling that love is so much of misery that perhaps it is better not to love at all. Love can be a door to joy and freedom, or it can become a living hell. To experience love as pain is to miss the whole point of love. There is a saying, if you love someone, set him free. If he is yours, he will surely come back to you. If he doesn't come back, he never was yours anyway. This is the freedom any relationship deserves. When you understand this, you will start respecting the other person as an individual, and you will not try to possess them as though they are an object. So now we know that pain and suffering are the stepping stones. You can either crumble under the pressure of it, or you can use that as a stepping stone to expand your consciousness and to realize your true nature of eternal bliss, which is Nithyananda. To start with, we need to understand that suffering is not a state of life. It is a state of mind. It is not an event in your life. It is your response to an event. Be very clear. These are very, very important truths that we need to internalize. Suffering is not a state of life. It is a state of your mind. It is not even an event in your life. It is your response to an event. In a particular situation, whether you suffer or not depends entirely on your reaction to that situation, isn't it? It's the same situation. Different people will be responding differently. Somebody is so cool with the whole thing. The other person is over reacting to the whole situation with so much of anxiety, anger, restlessness. So it is not the event, it is not the situation that makes your life hell. It is how you respond to it is what makes it difficult for you, or you move on. When do you undergo suffering? Maybe when you fall ill, or when your neighbor gets a new car, or when your loved one leaves you, or when your boss fires you, or you lose some wealth, isn't it? These are all common situations in people's life. Suppose you decided to accept these situations without any anger or resentment, just as they are. Okay, I got fired. Accept it. I lost this wealth. Accept it. I lost the person whom I love. Accept it. Will you still suffer as much? After all, there's nothing inherently painful about your neighbor getting a new car. It is an event that happened in his life. That's all. The problem is that you carry so much of history with that neighbor, so much of jealousy because of that, and therefore you start feeling the suffering. Isn't it? The whole thing has been woven by your mind. It is not his buying the car, is not the event or the happening that is the suffering. How your mind is responding to that is what is causing the suffering. If you take a look at it with a little intelligence, you can simply drop it. Similarly, when your boss yells at you, you feel pain. The pain would have been either because he reprimanded you in front of everyone, or because you feel bad for having fallen short of his expectation at work, or because you feel you didn't deserve the firing, right? The pain could be for any of these reasons. Sit by yourself and think honestly about what the reason is. Okay, the boss yelled, but why am I feeling the pain? Once you find out the exact cause of the pain, you can attend to it and get relieved from the root cause itself. If it is due to him scolding you in front of everybody, then the pain is actually a hurt of your ego. Ask yourself, what is there if everybody was watching? Why have I invested so much into what others think of me? Why am I so silly? Why can't I have my own meter to measure myself and not depend on others for it? Ask yourself these questions. Try to take back your investment in others' opinions of you. You will see that one instance of pain might liberate you from a huge block that you had in your life. Like this, sit and analyze the root cause of pain and see where you are stuck. For every pain, you are the problem. Remember this very clearly. You are the problem for every pain that you experience. Your boss, your neighbor, your loved one, your wealth, none of that is the reason. You are the problem. No one outside can be the reason for your pain, because your pain itself is only your response to an external event based on your own investments. Depending on whether you have invested your ego, where you have invested your ego, you will suffer. I'll repeat, depending on where you have invested your ego, you will suffer. If you work towards dissolving all those investments, you are intelligent. Try to accept, try to welcome the inevitability of the moment without reaction. Accept the inevitability of the moment without reaction. It is only your negative response to an experience that allows it to hurt you. Remember, no one or nothing can make you suffer without your silent permission. Make a habit of witnessing experiences minus your personal judgment, whatever it is that is happening outside. Just witness the happening. Don't bring in your personal judgment. Learn to recognize with clarity the causes of your suffering, both the obvious causes and the subtle causes. An important thing that you should know, one of the most deeply hidden reasons for suffering is that you could also be enjoying it. For example, falling ill can become a source of pleasure if it fetches you the attention and care that you have been craving for. Look deeply at why it sometimes gives you pleasure to inflict pain on yourself or on others. Is there a better channel through which you can receive the same pleasure without the suffering? Look at and ask these questions to yourself deeply. Become aware. This is the very first step. Just as when a seed must first rupture before it can grow and blossom, pain and suffering can break down the defenses of your ego, leaving you open and vulnerable to existence. The seed, when it ruptures to become that big tree, goes through a certain pain. Similarly, for all of us, pain and suffering can break down the defense of our ego and cause the pain, leaving us open and vulnerable to existence. In the Mahabharata, there is a beautiful quote by Kunti, who's the mother of the Pandavas. She says, "O Krishna, let pain and suffering come from all sides in my life. They will constantly remind me about you, my Lord." Kunti is asking Parandhama, the Lord, to bless her with pain and suffering so that she may constantly remember him for relief. In modern days, we need not go to this extent, but we can understand the potential of suffering in the context of our own liberation. Suffering has a tremendous potential to integrate and transform us. If you learn your lesson well, suffering can open your eyes to the unreality of suffering. It can teach you how unnecessary it is to suffer at all. And this is what I call necessary suffering. Once you learn your lesson through necessary suffering, you will handle suffering in a much more mature and beautiful way. In our lives, we are continuously eaten by pain and suffering. If you have heard the concept of pralaya, you can understand. Pralaya is the total destruction of the earth as recorded in the Hindu mythology. The real pralaya or destruction that happens in our life is pain. Life itself starts with pain. Come to think of it, the pain of the birth, the excruciating pain that you have to undergo at the time of taking birth. You have to come through a very narrow, small passage to be born. Imagine such a big body, 3 kgs, 3.5 kgs, coming out of such a small passage. Because of this excruciating pain, you actually enter into a coma before you come out. According to energy science, according to the mystics, before entering into the world, you are pure consciousness and you know the reason why you are taking birth. But in the process of labor, you enter into a coma and come out, which is why you forget the past lives, the past births. Life starts with excruciating pain and ends too at the time of death with excruciating pain. Life is almost like a bridge between pain and pain. If you see the Golden Gate Bridge in the United States of America, just as the Golden Gate Bridge connects two places, life seems to connect pain to pain. This body of yours can teach you a lot of things. If you can work on this body, it can teach you a lot of things. If you can establish a rapport with your body and observe it carefully, you will see that your body is the closest to God that you can get. It is such a natural thing given to you as a gift. It can teach you how not to fight existence and how to flow with it. Every moment, the body is trying to flow like existence. There is one thing that you need to understand. When the Kali Yuga, the Kali age, took birth, the fourth quarter of time, as per mythology, it was deemed as the age of darkness. All the sages and rishis were praying to the Lord, "O Lord, now that the Kali age has entered, the enlightened masters will not be available to the society. Living masters will not be available to the society. Only very few will be here. Then, how can the society maintain the equilibrium? How can we save society? How can humanity be saved? Only with the living master's grace can people learn and live blissfully. Only with their guidance can people learn spirituality and live a real life. Now that Kali has entered, how can the people be saved? Who's going to teach them? Who is the master?" Then the Lord said, "Don't worry, I will teach the whole world continuously in the form of pain." And that is why pain is the teacher in the Kali Yuga. Whenever pain happens to you, either physical, psychological, or emotional pain, any pain, if you look at it, if you work on it, if you approach it with love and the mood to work on it, you will see that it is the greatest teacher. It will teach you and transform your life. Have you ever wondered how we could look at pain with such a loving and a learning mood? Something new, right? We've never thought of it on these terms because we always despise pain. We cringe under the pressure of pain. Swamiji is telling us, look at pain with the loving and a learning mood. It can teach you and transform your life. If you can internalize this one statement, then you have found the solution to all your problems. You can try it as an experiment to start with. The next time you experience pain, try to remember this statement and put it into action. Just bring your awareness to that experience without using the word pain. Accept it. You see how pain can become such a beautiful energy of love, bliss, and compassion. You will see that it simply transforms your whole outlook. A small story. There was a big marriage ceremony between two lions. Suddenly, in the center of the stage, a rat came up and started dancing. After a few minutes, somebody interfered and said, "Hey, this is the marriage of lions. How dare you come up here and dance?" The rat raised his hand and said, "Hey, before marriage, I was also a lion." If you learn one lesson, if you can learn from one's pain, you can learn all the lessons. Anyhow, whenever pain happens, you will see that the pain teaches you. If you don't learn the lesson, if you are insensitive, then you will continue to live in the same pain. Pain can be a great teacher. Even with one lesson learned with pain, you can learn all the lessons. If you don't make that effort to learn, then the pain will continue and you will live the same pain all your life. It's as simple as that. Teach children also to look at their pain objectively and deeply. Don't teach them to suppress their pain. Teach them to handle it and look into it. One more thing, never beat your children. They are the forms of God living with you. They chose you for their journey. They trusted you to be their guardians. I chose my parents. Kids are not of you, they are through you. When I died in my last birth, I was totally in a meditative mood. So I had the conscious choice and chose my parents carefully as people who would help me to reach my enlightenment in this lifetime. I chose people who would not disturb me in my growth or progress, who would let me walk in my path undisturbed. In the same way, every child chooses you and trusts that you will be their guardian. So never beat them. Beating is not the way to teach. Keep them like flowers. Don't suppress them or disturb them. Teach them more through life instead of giving them rules and regulations. You should live and show them how to live. They should just pick up the rules from your very body language. Your way of living should be an example for them to follow most naturally. And that is the right way of parenting. By showing them compassion and love, a lot can be healed in them at a young age itself. So, with all these understandings, we will now enter into the etheric body meditation. I'll give you the context of this meditation. Understand, you are bliss by nature. Every time you breathe in, you are taking in prana from existence. Prana is the life energy that air brings into your system when we breathe. It runs our very life and is the causative factor for us being alive. Air is only a medium that brings in the prana. We need prana and not air for survival. Life energy is pure bliss. So, in this meditation, we will visualize that we are breathing in bliss every time we inhale. All right? You should understand a big difference between visualization and imagination. Visualization is a very beautiful, powerful, conscious technique. It is not the same as imagination. Imagination is just daydreaming. Your mind creates situations that can have no existence in reality. For example, you're sitting in the office physically, but your mind is in Hawaii, imagining that you are enjoying yourself on the beach. Okay? Body is in the office, but the mind is somewhere else, just fantasizing. Imagination clearly means that you're not completely in the present, you're out of touch with reality. Visualization, on the other hand, is seeing that which exists in reality, but you find it difficult to realize practically through your physical body. I repeat, visualization is seeing that which actually really exists in reality, but you find it difficult to realize practically through your physical body. Visualizing yourself, actualizing your potential is an example. Your potential is reality, isn't it? Because of your own limitations, your conditioning, you find it difficult to actualize your entire potential. But as a step towards actualizing it, you can very well visualize that you are actualizing it. And this is visualization. As of now, you have not experienced bliss as your very nature, but the truth, the reality is that bliss is your nature. There are people, enlightened masters, who over the ages have declared that you are bliss. You might not have experienced it as your very nature, but this is the truth. To experience this truth, this reality of existence, you can take the help of visualization, which is a very powerful tool that we underestimate. Yes, Saya. Please follow the instructions of the meditation. It will be your reality also. As of now, because we don't realize the truth of our own nature, we are unconsciously contributing to the collective negativity by breathing out our negative emotions and suffering into the world. Now, we are going to break this negative cycle and reverse it. Get ready for the meditation, all of you, in the session here and watching us live on YouTube and Facebook. Please get ready for the meditation. Sit straight, close your eyes, tie your eye bands. Tie your eye bands. Bring your attention to your breath. In this meditation, we're just going to do two things with full awareness. When you breathe in, visualize clearly that you are inhaling all the suffering from the world. Because your very nature is bliss, visualize that the fountain of bliss spontaneously happening inside you is transforming the entire suffering into bliss. You're inhaling all the suffering in the world into you. And because your nature is bliss, the fountain of bliss that is spontaneously happening inside you is transforming the entire suffering into bliss. Visualize the bliss energy spreading to every part of your body, penetrating every pore, every cell of your body. When you breathe out, visualize the bliss energy from inside you radiating out to the world. Very deeply, visualize that you are breathing in darkness and breathing out gold light. You are taking darkness in and breathing gold out. Visualize not only your pain, but the whole world's pain and suffering in the color black. Take it in. Now, continue to immediately start breathing out. When you breathe out, feel that you are breathing out golden light, the bliss, the joy, the ecstasy. Put your whole consciousness and awareness into this and visualize. Continue to breathe. You'll be doing this meditation for the next few minutes. When you're breathing in, visualize breathing in all the pain and suffering of the world into a fountain of bliss inside you. Energy getting into every part of your body, every cell of your body, every pore of your body. And when you're breathing out gold light, radiating that bliss energy around you. Visualize that you're breathing in the darkness, the black light, which represents the pain and suffering of the whole world, into you and your nature. True nature is one of pure bliss. That fountain of bliss is transforming the pain and suffering of the world into bliss. And when you breathe out, you are breathing out this bliss energy in the form of a golden light. Continue to hold this visualization as you breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in the pain and suffering of the whole world. Visualize that you are breathing in the pain and suffering as a black into your system. You by nature are pure bliss that can transform the pain and suffering of the world. And as you breathe out, visualize that you're breathing out this bliss energy around you in the form of a golden light. Continue with the visualization. Inhaling the black pain and suffering. Exhaling the bliss energy in the form of golden light into your surroundings. You by nature are the space of eternal bliss, the space of Nithyananda. And you have it in you to transform yourself and the world around you. Take in the collective negativity of the whole world and transform it into a bliss energy, making the planet Earth a better place to live in, raising the collective consciousness. Visualize the bliss energy reaching every cell of your body, every pore of your body, your whole being. It may not be the truth as an experience for you, but because Bhagavan says so, and because all the masters over the ages have told us this, we by nature are bliss energy. So let us radiate that bliss.
Hello, hello.
Nithyanandam. Relax. Slowly, very slowly, open your eyes. With this, we will now be entering into the next session. Madayamai Swami will be leading from here. I thank you all. Let's conclude with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you. Nithyanandama.
Nityanandam, everyone. Now we'll be learning about the 7 layers in a much deeper and how our samskaras are controlling the samskaras stored in these 7 layers. We'll be listening from Swamiji's own voice. Let's watch Swamiji sharing the powerful truths of these 7 layers.
Hello. Are you hear me? आवाज नहीं आ रही है बाबा जी की। बाबा जी की आवाज नहीं आ रही है, वॉइस नहीं आ रही है। प्लीज चेक द कनेक्शन।
As a second thought or as a second visualization only you can visualize. But with the kids, they can easily visualize 120 degree. 120 degree, and especially the kids who doesn't go to school, who are not abused by the so-called verbal-based, word-based education system, logic-based education system. Of course, I can't say it's a Western because now Eastern, Western, everywhere, logic-based education system. The kids who are not abused, abused by the logic-based education system, they will have 360-degree visualization. Understand? When I talk about my first experience, I talk about this only. I was able to visualize, I opened up to the visualization of 360-degree. Kids, till you finish them making like you, till you give birth to your software into them. When you give birth only to hardware, your hardware in them. Only genetically they are affected. When you put your education system in them, you affected them mentally also. You affected them mentally too. Till they are affected mentally, till they are abused by the, I wanted to use this word again and again, by the logic-based education, which is the worst damage done to the human mind. When the logic-based education system is given, they lose the ability of visualization, seeing things under one visualization. The creativity or innovation is lost. I tell you, along with the verbal, word-based or a logic-based education, if your kids can do little meditation or this carving, anything directly done by using the hand, carving or painting or completely involving eyes and the hands, they can bring the visualization energy back, efficiency back to their system. If that can be done, it will really take care without abusing the kids. Anyhow, mental layer means the area you are able to visualize without any need to move away. For example, if you are visualizing now, able to visualize now this whole hall, one more important thing, most of you may not even be able to visualize this whole hall at a time. Once you, even the whole hall, if you see, you will see first people, then you will see the screen. Even for this hall, you may need 2-3 movement. The area which you are able to visualize without moving is the mental layer boundary. Mental layer boundary. One more important thing. Like if Annamaya Kosha has to be killed, poisoning Annamaya Kosha is needed. Through Pranamaya corruption, poisoning polluting the air is needed. In the mental layer, anybody who is inside that mental layer, his ideas will go into your system without your editing. That's an important thing. So, corrupting ideas are put in your head. That is why whatever ad goes on in the television enters your head. Because that time, that becomes your mental layer. That becomes part of your mental layer. Hardly 10% you logically analyze the news which is read out to you in the TV, or the informations which are told to you through the TV. Because in the TV, in 10 minutes, almost you become part of that mental layer. That becomes part of your mental layer. That is why 90% of the words and ideas which is told through you, told to you through the TV, just goes inside. Corrupting 2-3 TV channels is enough to pollute the whole mental setup of particular country, certain country. Fourth layer, very important, etheric layer. Understand? Mahadeva talks about the fourth layer here, means layer of emotions, sentiments. Here the boundary will be bigger. Here the boundary will be even between USA to India. If your relatives are there in India, the distance is too much. Even if they are there, if they are sick, the suffering will be there for you. If somebody dies, the suffering will be there for you. The etheric layer is too big. Understand? Physical layer is only 6 feet. Your skin is the boundary. Pranic layer is the area up to the, you can smell. Up to the area you can smell is the pranic layer, boundary. Mental layer is the area you are able to visualize in one frame, one visualization. That is mental layer. Etheric layer is based on emotional connection. It does not have boundary. Does not have boundary. It is only based on the love or emotional connection you have with people. The feeling you have with people. The connection you have with people. An important thing you need to understand about the feeling or the connection you carry with the people. Even unconsciously it affects you. Even if you don't know they are sick, suddenly you will be low. Why you don't know? Then you will get the telephone call, they are sick. When you are really connected, even without logic, without knowingly, even if you are not informed through your conscious mind, your unconscious will start suffering. Mahadeva says, start feeling the etheric presence. Understand? When you start feeling the etheric presence of you, means where all your energy is invested. All your emotional connections are like your energy investments. You can easily unclutch yourself from the sufferings. If you can find out all the etheric presence connections, your etheric layer connections, you can easily unclutch and enter into the enlightenment or the energy place, energy plane, where there is no bondage, where there is no disturbance. If food poison happens, your annam, the physical plane can be corrupted. If the air pollution happens, your pranamaya kosha can be disturbed. If a thought pollution happens, your manomaya kosha can be disturbed. If emotional, ideology pollution happens, your etheric layer can be disturbed. Understand? Somebody can be tortured or prisoned. Here you will be suffering without even you directly getting involved with it. You can be tortured through remote control way. That is what etheric layer is all about. Many times I have seen people feel etherically connected, means emotionally connected. Maybe the word etheric is too mysterious or mystical. If you are emotionally connected to the people who are back in your home, or if you are emotionally connected to people, some group of some religion, some group or some language, whenever some problem comes for them, you are here suffering. I have seen people suffer for no reason. I am all for serving lovingly and compassionately. If a tsunami hits, serve compassionately, nothing wrong. But don't start suffering. People think only by suffering you can serve. No, if you are suffering, you will not have energy to serve. You will not have energy to serve. Stop suffering. Have empathy. Empathy means feeling they are suffering and immediately working to remove it. Sympathy means suffering along with them. Empathy means working to remove their suffering. You are not supposed to suffer with them. I have seen. If Tamilians suffer there, here the Tamilians feel suffering. If the Hindus suffer there, here Hindus feel suffering. Somewhere if Muslims are suffering, here the Muslims will suffer. If you have etheric connection, emotional bondage, you invite, you accept, you are waiting for more and more suffering. Mahadeva says, feel your etheric presence with whom all you feel connected. Just for 10 days, try this technique. Feel you are present to all the people with whom you are feelingly connected. You are emotionally connected. Feel like a light beam in the form of a big light. You are connected to all the people with whom you emotionally feel connected. For example, if your parents are there in India and if mostly none of you feel connected emotionally, if at all you feel emotionally connected, just visualize continuously. Your body is huge enough to accommodate the whole India inside and they are there inside you. It may look very funny, but in 10 days, you will have so many new revelation. Understand? So many new revelation. How you imbibe, bring, invite new unnecessary sufferings. When you feel connected to them, even if they are not suffering, if they are going through some incident which you think is suffering, you will create suffering for you. Many times, they will be completely free, relaxed, resting. But what you think as suffering, if they go through, what you will do? You will feel the suffering and you will create suffering for them by forcing it on them. No, this cannot happen to you. We do same thing in the name of love. I call that as a loving torture. Now I go through many times from disciples. Especially when they feed, they think if I eat more, they will get more punya. Based on my weight, they will get more punya. I don't know then what will happen to me. See, the suffering which we invite unnecessarily, unconsciously, the moment it is brought to your conscious awareness, it will disappear. Not only with parents and relatives I am talking. Many ways you may be connected to your religious people, or your community people, your group of people, or your language people. You will have the common identity connections. Understand? Conditioning is one of the dangerous things. If you are connected to the whole world, that is wonderful, you will never bring suffering for yourself. Because when you expand to the whole world without boundary, there is no ideology-based connection. That does not belong to etheric, that belongs to cosmic body. Etheric body means emotion-based connection, conditioning-based connection. Conditioning-based love, conditioning-based connection will always lead to calamity, will always lead to danger, will always lead to violence. Because the other part, the part which you excluded, naturally you will be violent towards them. Naturally you will be violent, angry towards them. I have seen how the conditioning brings so much of suffering unconsciously to a person, and the suffering which he enjoys or cherishes creates more violence and suffering. Understand? Ego means working based on pain body and expanding the boundary of pain body is ego. If you are making some decisions because of the people whom you think is your own is suffering, all your decisions to alleviate their suffering will add only more suffering to the planet Earth. You may add suffering to somebody else, and that person naturally will add suffering to the group which you are thinking as your own. Say, I for I will only end up making the whole world blind. You will remove his eye and he will remove, as a revenge, one person from your party. And all you guys will remove now one person from their party. If continuously this goes on, where it will end? It will make the whole world blind, that's all. Ending place will be whole world blind. Mahadeva says, enter etheric presence, pervading far above. Understand? He knows, I think. People are going to live too far and have the etheric connection. That's why he does not say above, far above. And far below your form. Your form may be the center, but with whoever you feel connected, emotionally, if some particular language people, or a religious people, or a relative, or community, anything, condition-based connection. Condition-based connection, 10 days, from morning till night, be aware of all of them as a part of your own body. Visualize you have a huge light body. Body of them are inside you as part. Maybe looking very funny, feeling very funny. You may think, how this can lead me to enlightenment? You do not know. You do not know with how many conditionings you are suffering in unconscious level. Only when you practice this, you will realize all the layers and layers of conditionings with which you are suffering unconsciously. They will all come up to consciousness. The moment they come up to the consciousness, naturally you will be unclutched from them. You will be relieved from them. You will be relaxed from them. Understand? The sutra is very powerful. May not directly now you may not feel. How can this open enlightenment? Till you open the door, you will not be aware what is inside the building. I have seen so many people. When they come inside our temple, when they open the Vedic temple door, it's hardly 7 feet door. They never imagine anything. They can't imagine what is inside. The moment they open the door inside and second door and look inside, God, they get the shock because psychologically you always feel inside you will see things only up based on the height of the entrance. If the entrance is 7 feet, inside also you already imagine or come to a pre-conclusion. Prejudice, you are going to see only the things which are taller, equivalent to this height. You never imagine, only when you see, suddenly you have the shock. God, what is this? How did it all come inside? How all these deities are there. The moment only when they see inside, they get the shock. That is why I just wanted to really wanted to name that place as a shock spot. The moment they open the eyes, oh God, it's such a shock. Till you see, you do not know what you are going to see with that key. Same way, till you practice for 10 days, you do not know how many layers of your own conditioning you are going to experience with this technique. You will see two big things, much more than what you expected. It is a very wonderful technique. The next sutra is a continuity. Actually, it is a same sutra. Only one small difference, technique, the difference in technique. Put mind stuff in such inexpressible fineness, above, below, and in your heart. Understand? The same technique. In first technique, Mahadeva says, experience the etheric presence above and below you. In the second technique, he says, it's actually a developed version. After you practice the first, you have to do second. You can't do second directly. He says, be aware of all the etheric connections you have. Means the etheric bodies, boundaries you have. Along with that, be aware of your boundary also. Here you need to put awareness in two places. Let me describe exactly what Mahadeva means. In the first sutra, he says, just put your awareness on mind, that is enough, I will automatically get dismantled. Because I has no individual base except the mind. The second he says, sometime you would have collected a very strong I, you don't even know the corruption, the depth of corruption which exists in that I. Beyond conditioning, you may be having some ideas. So put your awareness on that also. Understand? Two different techniques. Maybe the second technique for real thick heads. Real thick heads. First technique is remember, be aware, expand to all the psychological, emotional, etheric connections which brings you suffering. I have seen many times. See, if you can stop accumulating etheric anger and etheric lust, that is enough, you are liberated. Because the anger or lust which you can contain in this body will never be harmful to you. Will never be harmful to you. I have seen people carrying the anger which directly is not involved to their life. If somebody is killed somewhere who is supposed to be the community in which he is born and brought up, here his blood will boil. When they read the news, let him suffer. I know he should have it. Sitting in front of TV, they will be shouting. Accumulating the anger more than what you need to run your day-to-day life is the danger. Accumulating the lust more than what you need to run your day-to-day life. Some celebrity is dancing in the TV. And already you accumulated the lust, which you can't directly use in your day-to-day life, which is useless. In your day-to-day life, that lust is not going to be useful. But you accumulated that lust. Naturally, that is going to stay inside you as a blockage. If you have the lust with the person with whom you are living, which you can directly express, means useful to your day-to-day life. Useful to your day-to-day life. Accumulate lust or anger useful to your day-to-day life, that will never be dangerous. That will never be dangerous. I tell you, it will only help you to run your day-to-day life with excitement. Somebody goes to a doctor and says, doctor, I want to live 100 years. What else should I do? Doctor asked, do you drink? He said, no. Do you smoke? No. Do you fool around, date around? He says, no, I live a straight, simple, pure life. Then doctor asked, then why do you want to live 100 years? Understand? I am not saying disconnect or destroy everything. Accumulate the anger which is needed only for your day-to-day life. You may need anger to run your business. You may need little shouting to maintain your office discipline. You may need little lust to have to add excitement in your relationship. You may need little lust to keep the love or to keep the family going on. Have the lust, have the anger, have the emotions which are directly needed for your day-to-day life, not etheric. Seeing some particular dimensioned male or female who are called models, jumping somewhere, if you accumulate the lust, which is not going to be directly straight away useful in your day-to-day life, you are creating blockages. You are creating disturbance in your etheric system. Understand? Be aware of even all those attachments. If you have your hero, if you are a fan of somebody, 15 days remember that person is part of your etheric body. Because all those things are also directly connected with whoever you are attached. Remember all those things as part of your body for 15 days. Suddenly you will see how much of suffering is added into your life by them. Not directly by them. Your emotional attachment to them. Your attachment to them. Same way, whoever you don't like, for no reason, you don't like somebody. Alright, you don't like, that is true. Your hatred, can it do anything to that person directly? No. It is not directly going to be useful in your day-to-day life. I have seen people sitting with the newspaper and reading the mortuary columns and feeling, this fellow, he needs this. As if you are never going to die. As if your photo is never going to appear in that mortuary column. Maybe it may not appear in the column in the newspaper, but it's not that you are not going to die. At least somebody has given an advertisement for him in the mortuary column. I have seen. Means vengeance which is not directly useful in the day-to-day life. Lust which is not directly useful in your day-to-day life. If you can accumulate the anger, lust, all the emotions which is directly needed for your everyday life and spend it, your life will be like that barber before finding the golden jar. It will be contented, fulfilled, wonderful. But the moment you find the golden jar and try to fulfill it, like collecting the anger and collecting the lust, collecting the violence which is not directly useful in your day-to-day life, which you can't spend. The big problem with that Yaksha's jar, golden part, is you will never feel like taking it out and spending. You will only feel like filling it. Same way, the collected anger and lust which is not directly in your useful in your life, you will never be able to spend it. You will be only accumulating it. And anybody who is working based on the accumulated anger and lust without reason, without the direct use, will continue to suffer, because all their decisions will be made on the pseudo anger, pseudo lust, which is not directly useful in their life. Be aware, two technique, understand? Be aware, first 10 days, only about the etheric body. That itself will take your awareness. You will not be aware of you also. Just be aware of all the etheric connections and the body around the world, all your likes and dislikes, love and hatred, all the connections. Remember, everything is inside you as part of your body. Move with the same visualization for 10 days. You will see so many understandings and revelations and great spiritual clicks happening in you. So many initiations will open up. Second part, if in the first part itself, if you achieve the truth, then no need for second. Otherwise, the second part, be aware of you also, center also. Then, so many other things can happen. Put mind stuff in such inexpressible fineness above, below, and in your heart. That's the only word added. The key word added is and in your heart. That is the essence. Understand? Both techniques are today fortunately part of the same sutra. because I'm seeing many of you are tired after attending 2 long days of workshop. So, I think Shiva knows maybe. After the 2-day workshop, the sutra is going to be taken. So he gave both the techniques in one sutra, so that you don't have to sit for more time. I'll tell the essence in few lines. Visualize all the love, hatred, emotional relationships which you have in your life as part of your etheric body, means light body. Visualize you have a huge light body. If you have somebody who is really emotionally connected to you in India, visualize you have a huge body which extends up to India, and that person is inside that body. 10 days carry this visualization. Let all the emotional, hatred or loving connections be inside your etheric body. And if you experience the ultimate click with this technique, go ahead with this. If not, the second thing, add. Along with that, be aware of your center also. Your center also. Then you will see the new layers of click opening up. So, let you, of course, tomorrow we have the last day of Shiva Sutra. So, I welcome you all to be here tomorrow to enjoy the last day of Shiva Sutra here, because I will be doing the remaining few sutras. Maybe in the ashram, Indian ashram, I will complete it. So, formally, the public lecture Shiva Sutra we will be ending tomorrow. It took almost 2 years. I remember 2006, January we started, and 2007, December, it took 2 years to comment on at least around 100 sutras. We will be finishing the public discourses on Shiva Sutras tomorrow. I welcome you all. So let these sutras be internalized by you and practiced by you. Let you all achieve and radiate the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
Yeah, Nithyanandam. Let's learn the next topic for today, which is nirvanic body. Before that, we'll start with the prayer. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Dhyanamurtim Vandvatitam Gagana Sadrishyam Tatvamasya Adilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam. Nirvanic body. Let's learn about the nirvanic body today. The next layer is the nirvanic body. The master lives in the nirvanic body. From the Atman to the nirvanic body is where he lives. Once the nirvanic body and cosmic body can meet, no other layers can meet. You meet the master in laughter. Laughter is like a bridge between you and the master. It can transmit energy directly from the master to you. When you sit in front of the master and laugh, you can immediately feel the energy transfer happening. The nirvanic layer is associated with bliss. It is so subtle that it almost doesn't exist. It is almost the Atman, just the step before. What is the way to explore this last step? What is the way to bring out the energy of this last step? By totally cutting yourself from the past. No evolution will help, only revolution will help. This moment of touching the nirvanic body is the moment when the seed takes the decision to sprout. When the seed is sprouting, the seed will experience agony. The moment you take the decision to make the jump, you take the decision to go beyond. You take the decision with all your consciousness, with all your energy to go beyond the body and the mind. When you realize that everything you're experiencing is just your own conditioning, you suddenly wonder, is this life really worth living? So many desires, so many sufferings, so much of guilt, so much of pain. Only one layer of joy, and that also is through layers of pain. Look at your whole past. Read what you have actually written. Almost for everybody, the past is more like a wound which needs to be operated upon or throw out from the being. When you consciously decide to drop the past, you can actually drop it. Understand a few things. Your past is simply your conditioning. When you understand it is the only conditioning, can't you drop it? Let's ask this question to ourselves. Can't we drop it? That one step, why are we so scared? What is that which is stopping us to expand, to realize, to take that conscious jump? As long as you think it is you can't drop it. But if you understand that it is your conditioning, you can simply drop it. When you psychologically drop it, even physically, the whole thing will change. That is the beauty of it. Just take one step that I really want to get out of this. I want to operate from the space of completion. Consciously decide that this one step, if I can drop psychologically, even physically, the whole will thing change. The nirvanic layer is the layer that the master is always in. So how do we relate with the master? When you come in front of the master, just feel a deep love. That is all. Feel a deep love in front of him. That is enough. Nothing else is needed. Nothing else needs to be done. There is no other code of conduct to be followed. Many people come in front of me and do all sorts of things, like either showing off too much or displaying too much humility. The ones who show too much humility are the cunning ones. The really innocent ones will just come and sit on the seat on which I'm sitting, or just next to me. And I always find that these innocent people are not only good to me, they are good to everybody. People who put up all sorts of show know only how to act, not how to be. So there is no need to know how to act, just be. That's enough. A small story from Ramana Maharshi's life. A farmer went to Ramana Maharshi's ashram and tried to sit with him because he had a knee pain. He sat on a small stool. Some of the ashramites shouted, "Oh, you cannot sit in front of Bhagwan on a stool. You are to sit only on the ground." Bhagwan gestured to them and laughed. On the roof, a monkey was sitting right above Ramana's head. He asked, "What will you do about this monkey now?" "He's sitting right above my head." So understand that all these codes and protocols are just foolishness. I don't see any juice in it. When you can have tears of love, tears of gratitude in your eyes, that is the real thing. That is the real way to conduct yourself in the presence of the Master. Nothing else is needed. If you really understand whatever is thought and whatever is spoken, will you be the same person when you go back? No. You will never be the same person. You can never be the same person. So naturally, when you meet the Master, you will be a newborn. You will be reborn. You will have a second birth. There are 3 types of garbha, womb. One is the garbha, which is carried by the mother, which gives birth to a child. Then next is the hridgarbha. If you carry a great ideology in your heart, if you give birth to a book or a painting or a great scripture, these are all from your heart chakra, that is your hridgarbha. If you carry the Master's presence or the deep gratitude in you, you give birth to yourself through Jnanagarbha, the womb of wisdom. So the Master totally destroys your past. He makes you drop from your past and gives you a complete new life. Only a total disconnection from the past can help you grow. There is no question of evolution. It is always only revolution. Evolution can never happen. Only revolution can happen. So just drop from your past. Just decide totally, consciously, and drop from your past. Don't think, "Oh, I do not know how to put this whole thing into practice." No. Simply throw the old personality out. Don't respect your old habits that threaten to come back. Don't respect the old body. Don't respect the old mind. Don't respect the old conditioning. Simply decide, this is how I'm going to live from now onwards. This is the way I will live. Over. That is a ferocious decision. Just justify everything. I just want to throw. I'm not going to respect the old body. I'm not going to respect the old mind. I just want to drop the past which I'm holding, which is stopping me. I just want to drop. This is the way I will live. Decide. A small story, which is a very powerful story. Once there was a rat in a king's place. The king wanted to kill the rat. One day, he called a soldier and ordered him to kill it. When the soldier entered the room, suddenly from somewhere, the rat jumped onto his face. He lost his balance, got frightened, and ran out of the room shouting, "No, no, no. O king, the rat is too big. I do not think the rat can be killed by anybody." Seeing the frightened and shivering soldier, the king got frightened and thought, "Oh, this rat is something totally different. I do not know what to do." He called the palace cat and ordered it to go and kill the rat. The soldier told the cat, "Don't think it is an ordinary rat. I went and I was totally shaken, so be careful." Anyway, the palace cat got ready with all his paraphernalia. He exercised for 2 to 3 days at the gym and took a special diet of food. On the day of fight, he entered the room. Again, the rat jumped on the cat's face. The cat got totally frightened, lost its balance, and ran out. Now, the rat became a challenge for the whole country. Even the palace cat could not do anything about it. So the king announced, "Anybody who kills the rat will be given a special prize." So many cats were brought. They tried to catch the rat, but just could not. In a remote village, an old man had a cat. He thought, "Why not try my cat?" He asked the cat, "Will you kill the rat in the king's palace?" The cat said, "Why not? Let us go." The man brought the cat. It was a very lean cat. He left the cat inside the room. The cat simply killed the rat and came out. The king asked in utter disbelief, "How did you do it?" Even the palace cat could not do it. "How did you have the courage? How did you do it?" The cat replied, "What? I'm a cat. It is my nature to kill a rat. I just caught the rat, that's all." Understand that while your nature is so clean and straightforward, simply being influenced by past experiences and undue conditioning only makes you spoil your real nature. You always think, "No, the last time I tried and things were a failure, nothing worked. I think this time too, the same thing is going to happen." Don't have all these past things in your memory. Even the idea that the last time I failed is a past. Cut it from the very root. Drop from the very root of the past. Someone came and told me, "Swamiji, last year alone, I stopped smoking 27 times. Just imagine, understand, it is you who gives energy to the past. The past can never control you on its own because there is no entity called as past. The past is actually dead. It is you who gives it life. The past is like a dead snake. As long as we give energy, it exists. Else it doesn't exist. We are the one who is giving that life to the past. So there is no entity which is called as past. By the time you reach the nirvanic layer, you will be without samskaras and at the doorstep of the enlightenment. You have to let go now to reach enlightenment. It happens on its own. It cannot be made to happen. It is like river water. It stays in your hands as long as your hands are open. Once you close your hands to possess the water, there is no water. Bliss is like a flowing river. It is choicelessness. If you try to make bliss a choice, it will be absent. If you can understand the purposelessness of life as a part of the grand plan of existence, you will reach this layer. The river flows without a purpose, isn't it? That's right. Does the river have any purpose? No. Yet it flows so blissfully. The ego believes that there is a purpose to live, material, relational, and spiritual. The more purposes there are, the stronger your ego feels. If you drop all purposes and still hold on to the purpose of enlightenment also, it is futile. Only when you realize that life is totally purposeless and you drop your ego will enlightenment happen to you. We are just stuck in that, okay, my goal, my life has a purpose. I have a goal. So we are just stuck with that. We are not seeing everything. We believe because of the ego, we believe that there is a purpose to life. It could be a materialistic purpose. It could be a relationship purpose. It could be a health purpose. It could be a spiritual purpose. The more purposes there are, the stronger your ego feels. So when you drop your ego, that's when enlightenment happens. Even if you apply your strong logic, you cannot find the purpose of existence. The purpose of existence is bliss. That's all. How can we enjoy without possessing, without making something our own? We are like water bubbles on a wave in the ocean. Each bubble catches hold of a few more bubbles and calls them wife, husband, father, son, and collects shells, thinking they are jewels. The bubble does not understand that it can burst any moment. And once it bursts, none of this will hold good. When you are ready to digest that everything is purposeless, whether material, relational, or spiritual, only then life acquires meaning. The moment you have a goal, you miss the path. The mind always waits for something to happen. It waits for salary, weekly, monthly, yearly, 5-yearly. If someone offers you 100-year salary and asks you to die tomorrow, will you die? No. When you measure your life by paycheck, you reduce your spirit to matter. Your ego is struck on what you see as a purpose in life. An elderly lady came to me with her son. She wanted me to take him into the ashram as a brahmachari. I was surprised, since usually no parent would like the child to be a sannyasi. Vivekananda is great, but no one wants his son to be a Vivekananda. I asked her why she wanted him to be at the ashram. She said that he is mentally not sound. I told her I run an ashram, not an asylum. We have many reasons why we cannot do things. By the time you finish one responsibility, you will have 10 more waiting for you. Running becomes your conditioning, not relaxing. When you are young, you tell yourself, that you will relax after you graduate from the university. Then you shift the goal post to your marriage, then to the children, then to educating children, then to their marriage. Can you relax after you're 60? By then you have missed the path itself. The primal sin you can commit is to miss the path of life by following goals. When you live life, allow your being to be blissful. When you start hurrying, think about what you're hurrying for. Do not allow stresslessness in you, thinking that it will settle down. That will never happen. If you are not able to relax into this moment, into the present moment, even after fulfilling your responsibilities, you will not be able to relax. Whenever you run, just think, why and what for I'm running. You may have a big house, drive a big car, and people around you might always be praising you. But can you carry anything of this with you? Can you carry with you even one single checkbook? No, it is all purposeless. When you understand the purposelessness, healing happens. If you allow this understanding to happen, even if you are abused, you will be healed. The understanding itself will guide you. You may be thinking, all my life I have had a purpose and my life has been fine. But now you say everything is purposeless. Whether you like it or not, this is the truth. Your seeing me is a dream. Scriptures say that the moment you see an enlightened master, you become enlightened. Understand, seeing me is not the same as looking at me, which is what you do. Looking is with eyes. Seeing is with the being. The closer you come to the master, the more understanding of him changes. Your maturity allows you to see me differently as you grow. People get a shock when I tell them about the purposelessness of life. Restlessness hides the purposelessness from you. It hides the path with the goal. Please understand this and be healed. All your dreams of the future and all your guilt of the past will disappear. All ephemeral joys and suffering will vanish. In Tiruvannamalai, my hometown, there was a saint by name Yogi Ram Sarat Kumar. He was as innocent as a child. Whenever people came to him, whatever the problem was, he would say, all right. When someone died, he would say, all right. If someone's son was getting married, he would say, all right. I asked him, Swami, why do you say all right to everything? He said, everything is just purposeless. Whatever you think has a purpose, has no meaning. Whenever you remember the truth of purposelessness, healing will happen and suffering will disappear. You need courage to pursue the truth. life will then take on a different path. You will live as a liberated soul. You will never drop your job, relationship, or wealth. You will only drop what you do not have. You will drop the mental associations. You will drop the fantasy of a throne and start enjoying the seat on which you are sitting. When purpose is dropped, meaning will happen. You actually become tired not by doing things, but by thinking of how much you have done. The play of mind makes you tired and dull. You constantly struggle. You are restless. Once you understand why you feel tired and dull, you will switch the track. When you switch the track, you will never think that you are doing anything great. You think you are doing something great only because the mind makes it out to be so. The moment you understand this and your mind loses its power to do this, you start working without ego, and you will work 10 times more. Then your inner space will become so pure. Even if you have achieved great things, you will not bother about it. That is the shift which happens when you start operating, start understanding there is no purpose. Everything will start flowing beautifully like a river. We just finished installing the largest Venkateshwara deity in the USA. In fact, it is one of the largest stone statues here. All it took was a phone call. I do not think I did anything big for it. By the time you finish the word building game, you will become tired. Instead, you can finish the work itself. If you work towards a purpose, you calculate at every 10th step of finishing the job. By the time you reach 50%, you are tired. You start thinking that you're doing something big. Now it is time to enter into the nirvanic layer. Nirvanic layer is the 7th body. Actually, if you travel up to the 7th layer, there will be no suffering that can hold you back from enlightenment or from relaxing into existence. Only one thing will be there, the remaining seeds of karma. Just the old memories or a little bit of emotional attachment to the old memories. That's all, nothing else. If you have the courage to move on from your emotional memory or your emotional attachment, this nirvanic layer also will be cleansed. There is nothing in the nirvanic layer which can hold you back. Actually, if you do this whole program intensely, it is a straight route to enlightenment. Do it as much as possible and it will enrich your life. It will cause tremendous physical and mental healing in you. But the aim of this program is not just physical or mental healing, but the healing of your entire being. I have designed this program to get you out of the bhavaroga, worldly life, if you are intense, this single technique that you are going to do now can completely liberate you from the entire past. In the nirvanic body, all you need is the courage to take the jump. All you need to do in this nirvanic layer is to break free from the past. One important thing, just take a few minutes and think back. Now, practically, you have your own complete biography in your hand. Am I right? You have your biography in the papers that you're holding in your hand. If you have written properly from as much of your life as you remember, you will have your entire biography in your hand. Now ask yourself, the way in which you lived in the past, is it perfectly all right? Or do you feel there is a need for some improvement? Let's ask this question to ourselves. Am I happy? Is everything perfectly all right? Or is there any scope? Is there any, do we have a feeling that there is any need for improvement? Naturally, you will feel that you should improve or develop it. Am I right? If at all you think, if at all you feel there is a need for development, that there is a need for transformation, please understand that you have to drop the whole past mental setup. You cannot say, no, there are some good things that I will take and all the bad things I will drop. No. Either you erase the whole program or you live with the whole program. That's all. There is no such thing as taking a little bit and leaving the rest. It's like, what do you say? The computer is it's not work. It's just getting stuck. So what you do is you reformat the entire system. You put a new software. You remove all the past programs, all the past memory, everything, you'll just delete it. The same way, either you have to reprogram completely or keep some files with you and delete the rest. Again, it's the same old process wherein you will continue operate from the same old belief, same old past. There will be no transformation. But if you are really looking out for a transformation, if there is a need for development, then decide to drop everything, to erase the whole program which is inside your system. You have to erase the entire program. You cannot keep some good memories and delete the bad memories. Either you drop completely or let it be. Be very clear. If you think it is a garbage, you have to dump the whole thing, or you have to carry the whole thing in your head. You can't say that you will pick up pieces of the garbage, arrange it nicely, and put a little perfume over it and live with it. No, either you throw the whole thing out or keep the whole thing with you. If you consciously decide that you need transformation, then throw the whole thing out. Immediately, the next question will be, if I throw away everything, will I forget where my house is? Will I forget who my wife is? Will I forget who my relatives are? Be very clear. You will not forget where your house is or who your wife is, but you will forget the loaded memories or the loaded emotions associated with the house or with the wife. When you forget, when you drop the emotional attachment to your memories, you are free from the burden of the past. All these words appear to be too big, but I tell you, your visualization has enough power, enough capacity, enough energy to achieve this state. The big problem is that we don't believe we have something called as inner space. Just as you have an outer space, you have something called as inner space. Consciously, you can clean this space. All that we are going to do in the seventh layer is consciously keep the inner space clean. To tell you honestly, it is not that you can throw away all the negative engrams, whether it is the desire or guilt or suffering or joy or anything else. It is not that you have worked on all the engrams completely. There will be a little bit remaining in some corner even after deleting, erasing. Now it is time to dig deep in all the layers at once and throw them out. Relive completely all the 6 layers and relieve them. Reliving is relieving. In the nirvanic layer, all you are going to do is only this one thing: breaking free from the past. Always the seed is afraid to break. It says, no, let the tree happen, only then I will break. The tree in turn says, no, let the seed break, only then I will happen. The seed has to break to allow the tree to grow. Only when you break free from the past mental setup can you create a new mental setup. You will be able to create a new mental setup only if you create the right inner space for it. Now, consciously and little violently, we are going to throw away our negative engrams. Not only consciously, a little violently also. You're just going to push your unconscious way from you, or you're just going to bring your unconscious to your consciousness. The moment you bring it to your consciousness, it will be burned away. You don't need to do anything special. Just bring it to your conscious zone and it will be just burnt away. If Shiva opens his third eye, it is just enough. Manmata will be just burnt away. Manmata is a character from Hindu mythology, used as a symbol of lust or unconscious. Now all of you are going to do the same thing. Actually, it is a metaphysical story. Shiva opening the third eye and Manmata being burnt. There is no real person called as Manmata standing with a big sugarcane bow and flowers as arrows. And neither did Shiva actually open his third eye and directly fire on Manmata to burn him away. If this really happened, then Shiva is a criminal. He has committed murder. It is a metaphysical story. When you open up the supreme knowledge, when you open up the Jnana-Agni, fire of intelligence in you, it just burns away all your negative engrams. All your negative engrams are burned away. That is the meaning of the story. Now it is time for you to open your Jnanagni, that is the supreme knowledge, or throw all your engrams into the fire of consciousness. Bring awareness. Whatever the knowledge which we have learned, that supreme knowledge, with that awareness, throw all your engrams into the fire of consciousness. Breaking free from the past is the ultimate liberation. Now you're going to open your conscious being to your engrams. You're going to open your engrams to conscious energy. You're literally going to burn all your engrams. The book in which you have written about all your samskaras is going to be put in the fire so that you are rid of the samskaras once and for all. You may think, why should I put all my joyful moments also into the fire? Whatever you know as joyful moments are not completely liberating joy. Please understand that. They are just superficial joys. Drop them and you will see a new dimension of intense joy rising in you. Just have the courage and drop all your joys. Whatever you understood as joy into the fire. You will see that you will enter into a new dimension. And a different kind of joy will arise in you. The joyful moments which we think are really a joyful moments are not a liberating joy. They are just a superficial joys. So do not keep any of the joy memory also, moments also. Drop them completely. Let all the memories, irrespective of joy or fearful or guilty, whatever the suffering or painful moments, including the joyful moments, drop them. And once you drop them, put them into the fire, you will see that you will enter into a new dimension and a different kind of joy will rise in you. You will have joy, you will experience joy from your being. It's not a superficial joy anymore. It is like this. When you were a small child, playing with toys was a joy. But now, the very dimension of your joy is different. Is it not? Do you enjoy playing with toys now? No. The whole dimension has changed. Do you feel that you are missing all your toys? No. But if I had told you when you were a child that there is a different dimension in which you can enjoy, would you have been willing to listen to me? No. In the same way, I'm telling you now that there is a yet another deeper dimension waiting for you. So just place your trust and take the jump. The very depth of the joy will change. Right now, like how the children play with all the human dolls as a father, mother, etc., you play with real human dolls, calling one your mother, one as your father, one as your sister, one as your brother, one as your aunt, etc. You're just playing with all these dolls. Now just relax and drop these dolls. You will understand that your life is something far more valuable and higher than these dolls. You're not here as a citizen of some country or belonging to some caste or creed or related to some religion or belong to some community. You are just a liberated individual being, a pure consciousness. We're supposed to relax into the bliss within you. Somebody has given me a letter. It reads, Master, please show me the way to intense and external peace. This is the way. It is time to drop layer after layer of conditioning. You are continuously made to believe you are a male, you are a female, you belong to this region or that, you belong to this state or you belong to that country, you have this much of wealth or you're poor. Now it is time to relax from all these ideas. Actually, if you drop your conditioning, you will have something called as inner space, where you can rest when you wish to. When you're haunted or tortured by conditioning, you can go inside and rest. If you have a resort or an inner space to rest in, you will be able to work much more beautifully. You will be able to play the psychodrama of life much more beautifully. I always tell people, you think that you are a disciple and you think that I am a guru. Guru is also a psychodrama. Don't think that only your life is a psychodrama. You thinking of me as a guru is also a psychodrama, because you want to think that way. You think of me as a guru and I look like your guru. That's all. As you want, so I appear. I am just a mirror. The master is just a mirror. The whole thing is just a psychodrama. You are living in a psychodrama. Understanding that the whole thing is a psychodrama. And the ability to relax from it only can help you in the nirvanic layer. In the nirvanic layer, all you need to understand is this. Whether it is your profession or your relationships or your spirituality, the whole thing is just a psychodrama. You have an idea about yourself. You have strongly positioned yourself in some spot. You have decided about yourself and set yourself a few clear rules. From that point, you are continuously working and measuring and doing things. But you forget that the base itself is not there. The base which you have created itself is just an illusion. Nirbhana in Pali language means nirvana. The very meaning of that word nirbhana means nothing. There is nothing in all these. Please be very clear. All your activities are centered on you. What you think as you. For example, you think you are a person by name Raman. That is the starting point. From that you start. Raman, Raman's wife, Raman's daughter, Raman's family, Raman's property, Raman's spiritual growth, Raman's physical body, Raman's mental health, Raman's economic status. The whole thing is centered on Raman. That is you. But you don't realize that Raman itself is not there. You're trying to continuously protect yourself physically, mentally, emotionally, economically, spiritually, or socially. But the very being whom you are trying to protect is not there. This story actually happened to me as a darshan, as a vision, and as an experience. It is from this that I created our institution's emblem. If you see our emblem, you will see the Paramahamsa bird in it. The Paramahamsa is our emblem. I had a beautiful vision or experience from which Swamiji has created this emblem. Ramakrishna speaks about the great swans, the Paramahamsas. These great swans are actually enlightened masters who take a bird body just to go around, pay a visit to the planet Earth and see their territory. They are metaphysical birds, seen only through an enlightened eyes or by people who are living in the higher conscious zone. They are not visible through this naked eyes. They are visible only to an enlightened eyes. Of course, only if you are enlightened, you will be able to stay in the higher consciousness. That is different. The Paramahamsa never comes down to planet Earth. It just flies high in the sky, enjoying and experiencing its freedom, expressing its own bliss. Sometimes it descends in heights and flies closer to the earth. But Paramahamsas never come down to the planet Earth. Just flies high in the sky to express their freedom, express their bliss. The Paramahamsa lays his egg while it is in the air, because as we learned, it does not touch the earth. Within 40% distance of touching the ground, the egg will hatch. Within 60% distance, the small one will emerge and grow wings. Before touching the ground, within 90% distance, the small one will just take off and fly back into the air. It will never touch the ground. It will never touch planet Earth. These are called the Paramahamsas, the supreme swans that are untouched by worldly matters, who represent enlightened consciousness since birth, like our beloved Guru Swamiji. There is a small story about this great swans. The swan is flying high in the sky. When the reflection of the swan falls on the lakes or the ocean or a river, when the reflection falls on the water, all the fish in the lake starts jumping. Oh, some new fish has come, some big fish has come. They all start jumping on the reflection and play with it. The very sight of the reflection fills them with the joy. That's the experience when you stay in the presence of the master. You experience joy. You experience some peace inside. Some fish will jump this way and some fish will jump that way. Some fish will think, what a beautiful fish, what a wonderful fish this is. And they will be jumping this way and that. Some fish will start calling the other fish, hey, come quickly, come and see this beautiful fish. This fish is so pretty, so beautiful. Some fish will even put a fence around the reflection and declare, only we can go near this fish. Some fish who jump towards the reflection will feel that the fish is hugging them. They will go back and write reminiscences. Oh, this fish is so great, so loving, radiating compassion. What amazing love and compassion. Some other fish start purchasing neighboring land. Different types of disciples around a enlightened person, enlightened guru. Some other fish start purchasing neighboring land, real estate, thinking the swan may come there. Some other fish claim, I'm the brother of the swan, I'm the son of the swan, I'm the beloved of the swan. The whole drama happens. Some fish who jumps a little away from the reflection will feel as if the swan is kicking them out. as if the reflection is kicking them out. They will go out and say, no, no, this fish is arrogant, is not as loving as what these other fishes have told me. In books, I read that it was very loving and compassionate. I went there and the swan kicked me out. It is not as compassionate as what these fish say. If the water is calm, the fish see one kind of reflection of the swan. If the water is turbulent, they see another form of the fish. When they move with the water, they see yet another form of the swan. They argue with each other, claiming that what each one sees is the real swan, all by looking at the reflection. Each different perception of the reflection is held on by either individual fish or group of fishes. The swan just keeps flying and the fish just keeps arguing when they do not see the swan's reflection. The fish have no recollection of the reflection that had filled them with joy just a while ago. Their memories are short and they are back to their eating, mating, fighting, and dying. That's a routine job if we do not meet any enlightened master. Suddenly, the swan starts flying over land. The reflection which was appearing on the water suddenly disappears. Immediately, all the fish start crying. What happened? Our swan has disappeared. What happened to our swan? But they never understand that the swan never landed on planet Earth in the first place to disappear now. Different types of fishes come around the reflection. There are some fish that are very busy just jumping this way and that way. And when this fish jump this way and that way, the reflection starts moving because of the ripples created by the fish. And this fish will think that the swan is moving. The fish cannot distinguish between the reflection and the source. They are too excited about the big fish in the water. Some fish feel they are even getting enlightened. They feel that the closer they are to the reflection, the faster they will get enlightened. Of course, whenever the reflection falls, automatically ashrams and communities and temples just stand up. You don't even have to do anything. They will just stand up. If the reflection falls on Malaysia, all the Malaysian fish will gather and the temple will be built. If it falls on Los Angeles, all the Los Angeles fish will gather and the temple will be built. If the reflection falls on Bengaluru, all the Bengaluru fish will gather and the temple will be built. If the reflection falls on some other country or city, all the fish will gather and naturally the ashram will be built. Suddenly the swan starts flying over land. The reflection which was appearing on the water suddenly disappears. Immediately all the fish starts crying. What happened? A swan has disappeared. What happened to a swan? Some of the fish starts cursing the swan. What is this? Believing the swan, we built such a beautiful house and raised all the real estate around this building. Now each building will go for 5 lakhs. Yet the swan flies on a blissful, untouched by the drama that is going on with the fish. But they never understand. The swan never landed on planet Earth in the first place to disappear now. The whole thing is just a drama. In the same way, in your life too, you have started thinking that you have a soul. Of course, you have a soul, but the soul is entirely different from whatever you understand as your soul. It is just like your misunderstanding of the swan's reflection. But based on your own understanding, you start protecting yourself and creating a fence around you. You create a house, family, relationships, society, security, and wealth. And then decide, oh, I need spiritual growth also. Then you go to some guru and start searching for spirituality also. But you forget that the very swan has not happened. There is no swan in what you are seeing. You are just playing with the reflection. The problem is the reflection itself is so graceful, so beautiful that most of the fish have no motivation to look up. The fish is quite happy building walls and fences in the water with the belief that they possess the swan. But there are some intelligent fish who think, no, this does not seem to be a fish. This seems to be something else. Some intelligent fish will suddenly think this way. This fish are what we call devotees. There are some other few, but more intelligent fish, they will see the reflection and say, no, it is not even something else. It is just a reflection of something. And they will look up and see the swan flying. These are disciples. Understand, there are many levels of fish. There are fish that will jump this way towards a reflection and feel that the reflection is hugging them. They will feel that he is very loving, caring, and compassionate. They will go back and write reminiscences. This is one level, or they will make a website for him, or they'll write a book for him. There are some fish that will jump that way away from the reflection and say, no, that fish kicked me out. It is not loving or compassionate. This is one group of fish. Some rare, intelligent fish will look and say, no, this is not even a fish like us. It is something else. You see, there is a beautiful shloka verse in the Bhagavad Gita which says, whoever thinks that the Guru is a better human being has abused the divine presence. The Guru is not a better human being. He is completely disconnected from this very idea of human being. He is a different species altogether. So only a very few intelligent fish get an idea. No, he's not a better fish or a bigger fish or anything. He's not even the same species which we think we are. The very quality, the very idea is totally different. Those who are fortunate enough to have this click become devotees. Only they start living around, start practicing very sincerely whatever they got in the expression of the swan. Understand, the people who come and go, that is the fish that claim he is loving and compassionate, as well as the fish that jump out and say, no, not like that, everything is business. Both the fish are only consumers. The fish that starts looking, that starts feeling, no, this is not a fish. It cannot be just like a fish like us. That fish is an investor. Only when you have this doubt, no, this is not just a fish, it is something else, you are ready to look up and see the source. When you look up and see the original fish, the original swan, you understand the truth. Not only that, suddenly you will see you were also never a fish. You were thinking that you were a fish. Suddenly you will see, array, I am also a swan. Then you will just fly and play with the swan. Until you see the swan flying, you do not realize that you too are a swan. You are a swan who for some reason fell into the water and forgot you can fly. You are just tumbling this way and that way, struggling to survive, thinking that you are a fish. That is the truth. Understand one important thing. Whether the fish are jumping and moving the reflection, or they are feeling that the reflection is loving and compassionate and hugging them, or they feel that everything is just business and hating it, or if they look a little deep and find out the reality of the swan, throughout all of the stages, The swan does not even bother because he is untouched. He understands the Maya. This is a reflection, and he does not touch the planet Earth. He's not even touched. He's neither touched nor bothered. That is the beauty. His reflection falls on the lake for only one purpose, expecting and seeing if maybe a few fish will come, will look up. That's all. Maybe a few fish will look up. Understand in the first level, when you jump and say that he is compassionate, you're a fish, and the reflection is also a fish. If you jump out and say, no, no, it is not as we think, it is also just foolishness. Again, you are a fish, and he's also just one more fish. In the third level, when you look up at the reflection and say, no, no, this is not a fish, then you are not a fish. He's also not a fish. He's a reflection, and you are also a reflection of the reflection. That is why you are able to feel that it's something else. Then in the fourth level, when you look up, he is a swan and you are also a swan. Along with your transformation, you will feel the higher experiences of him. And by seeing the higher experiences of him, your further transformation will happen. Both are interconnected. When you see the divinity in an idol, it is the first level. When you see the divinity in a living human being, in the guru or in a master, it is the next level. And it is called as Guru Bhakti, devotion to the Guru. You will see that Guru Bhakti suddenly leads to Atma Bhakti, devotion to the soul. The Guru just turns the devotion that you have on him towards yourself and says, what is inside this system is inside that system as well. Tatvamasi, you are that. The reflection of this fan happens everywhere for the one reason that maybe a few fish will look up. But understand one thing, especially the ones who are the organizers. I always tell them, these rituals, rites, temples, ashrams everywhere is for the service, for the public. You should always remember one thing. Do not forget to see the swan. Some fish are so busy collecting pebbles to add to the height of the temple, they forget to look up and see the swan. Early morning, the swan may no longer be there. Only empty water will remain. They will be struck with the memorial they built. The swan would have disappeared. So all you need is look up. Look up at the real swan instead of being caught in the reflection. Just look up and you can simply see that you're also not a fish. You also have wings and you also can fly. Just like a supreme swan or a paramahamsa, you are him. Before the swan disappears, do not forget to look up and see the swan. Sometimes people just play around and miss. They forget to look up and see the swan, thinking that it is going to be there forever. So do not miss. If you can meditate on this one story, I tell you, you will be liberated this moment. If you can keep your focus only on this one understanding, just like a Zen koan, remember you have never happened as you think you have. Whatever you think as you is not you. The root of you is non-existence, nirvana. Nirvana means nirvana, which is non-existence. Just imagine to protect something which is non-existence. You are torturing yourself so much The stream is flowing. If the fish is trying to push the stream, or if the fish tries to stop the stream, will the stream even know about it? Whether you try to become enlightened or you take on a stand against enlightenment, God doesn't even know anything about it. All the fish on seeing the swan think, let us stop the stream. Let us have a barricade and stop the stream. If all the fish line up in the stream and try to stop the stream, do you think they will be successful? The stream will not even know that the fish are trying to stop it. In the same way, you not becoming enlightened or you not realizing what reality is, your Atman doesn't even know. You're not connected to your being even that much. So whatever you think as you is just non-existent. A small story. One born blind man went to the doctor. The doctor said, I do an operation on your eye. You will have your eyesight back. And then you can walk without your stick. The blind man said, Doctor, I understand that you will do an operation and I will have my eyesight back. But how are you saying that I can walk without my stick? Unless the man has his eyesight back, he will not be able to understand how he can walk without a stick. Just intellectually, you cannot convince the man that he will be able to walk without his stick. The great enlightened masters are the paramahamsas who touch the planet Earth, taking a human form with a mission from time to time. A paramahamsa is one whose spiritual awakening leads to enlightenment even before adolescence. Such a being never touches ground. His spirit soars high well before it is enmeshed in the web of worldly realities. Paramahamsas are rare beings whose innocent wisdom pierces even the most hardened heart and the mind. In such beings, the divine Kundalini Shakti, which is the universal energy that flows through every individual, that is stored in the Mooladhara chakra. The energy center at the base of the spine never moves downwards as it does with normal beings at adolescence. In all humans, this energy moves upwards to downwards. It goes from here to Sahasrara to Mooladhara, but for enlightened masters, it goes upwards, leading for human being when the energy moves upwards to downwards, leading to sexual awakening and the desire to fulfill the need for procreation. In the case of Paramahamsa, the Kundalini energy is awakened before puberty and it moves upwards instead of the downwards at the time of spiritual awakening without causing any desire for sexual pleasures. In all humans, this energy moves upwards to downwards, leading to sexual awakening and the desire to fulfill the need for procreation. In the case of Paramahamsas, the Kundalini energy is awakened before puberty and it moves upwards instead of downwards at the time of spiritual awakening without causing any desire for sexual pleasures. The energy within the Paramahamsa stays pure, uncorrupted, and exceptional. Their purpose in life is to communicate to the rest of humanity this truth that has been gifted to them in the hope that at least some others would glimpse this truth for themselves. Each Paramahamsa communicates this message in his own inimitable style. Ramakrishna forever in divine ecstasy, inspired others through devotion or bhakti. Bhagwan Ramana Maharshi, another great Paramahamsa, communicated his message mainly in silence to a process of discrimination. There are others who, by their touch and at times by a merry glance, imparted their wisdom to disciples who were ready to receive the truth. In whichever way they may impart the truth, it is not to be forgotten that they happen on planet Earth for only one reason, with the hope that at least a few of us will look up and see the truth and become that. Understand this one thing: if you really look inside yourself, whatever you thought of as being, you will not be there. It will disappear the moment you look inside. Whatever issues are the base for your suffering, where those issues are rooted, that very root is non-existent. That is why I tell you, your name itself is non-existent. That is why in Zen they say, meditate on how your face might have been before your birth. Just visualize how your face might have been before your birth. Will you be able to visualize? No. If you are 50 years old now, just 50 years ago you were non-existent. Whatever you think as you now was non-existent 50 years ago. Am I right? And 50 years later, you will be again non-existent. Why are you then suffering so much? Why are you torturing yourself just for this few years of drama? The whole thing is just nirvana. Meditate on this one sutra. Don't bother about what others are thinking about you, because they are bothering about what you are thinking about them. It is just a drama that is happening continuously. You don't have time to stop and look. That's all. You don't have time to open your eyes and see. You don't have time to relax for a few minutes and watch reality. What your inner television is never switched off even for 2 seconds. It is constantly busy, running, holding, collecting new memories. So you don't even know that the television can be switched off, or can be a few moments when the scenes will not appear, when the screen will be blank. Here I'm trying to tell you that just because the screen is continuously filled with scenes, don't think what you are seeing is the truth. It can be switched off. You can switch it off. You can relax. It is time, at least for the next half an hour, relax and meditate on the face which you had before your birth. One more thing to understand: the whole thing has nothing. You don't need much spiritual practice. All you need is a simple knowledge of English to understand my words. Listen carefully. You are not a noun. You are a verb. You are not a being. You are a happening. Understand that you are not a being with what I call as nirvana. The moment you understand that you are not a being but a happening, tremendous freedom and liberation happens to you. You don't have to protect yourself anymore. You can be so open and free. You don't have to have any guarding mechanism against everyone and everything. Immediately your mind will say, no, I may have physical pain or somebody may hurt me. If I don't protect myself, I may fall sick. Please be very clear. I'm not asking you to go and jump in the river. No, I'm not asking you to allow yourself to be hurt. When I say don't protect yourself, I don't mean enter into the river Ganga and watch what happens. Your mind is always playing these games. That is the problem. When I say don't protect yourself, immediately your mind will say, oh, he says I have to jump into the Ganga. No, the second statement is not made by me. It is made by your mind. You have to understand your mind first. For example, if I tell you there are two doors and one door is open, what do you conclude? The second door is closed. But this statement is not made by me. Then who is it made by? It's by your mind. When I say now, you are happening and you don't have to protect yourself. There is no need for the second statement from the mind. Just internalize the first statement. Then as and when situations arise, you will have enough intelligence and you will see that things happen automatically. Understand that you have enough innate intelligence to handle your life. You take the body with inbuilt intelligence. Not only that, the more years you live on planet Earth, the more experienced you become, and therefore you should feel that much more confident to conduct the remaining years of your life on planet Earth. You should not bother about protecting your being, about protecting your ego. Just trust your innate intelligence, swabuddhi, and live an open life. Then automatically only auspiciousness things will happen in your life. You have innate wisdom, swajnana, to take the right decision in every passing moment to handle your personality, every moment, and to decide spontaneously every moment. Because you don't trust you have spontaneity, you try to keep all these records in your head so that you can decide based on these records. But you miss one important thing. Situations continuously keeps changing. Whenever you decide based on the decisions of your predecessors, be very clear. You're taking outdated decisions. Likewise, in life also, if you decide based on your past decisions, you are outdated. Then you can't be considered as a living being. You are a live dead. Be very clear. Whatever you think of as you doesn't exist, the moment you relax, a big load is taken away from you. That is what I call as liberation. There is nothing to protect because you are just nirvana, nothingness. Just as an experiment today, drop whatever you think as of you and relax for a few minutes. I'm not asking you to relax forever. When you go back tomorrow morning, you can carry it with you. Just today, as an experiment, please do this exercise. You just need to relax, not for lifelong, not forever, just for few minutes. Declare yourself, I'm going to relax. Just do this experiment. If you do this, you will understand that whatever is happening with your whole being, how you are continuously creating new struggles for yourself by trying to protect the reflection of the swan. First, understand that you are just a reflection of the swan. The moment you understand, you become a swan. You are just the reflection of a paramahamsa. The moment you understand that, you become a paramahamsa. Whether you want to be a reflection of the paramahamsa or a paramahamsa itself, it is up to you. Even if you think that you are a reflection of the paramahamsa, as of now, you are a paramahamsa. Even if you think you are a reflection, be very clear. You are not the reflection. You are the real swan. You may try hard to think that you are only a reflection. You may try to protect as much as possible, to struggle as deeply as possible. But the whole thing is just like the futile efforts of the fish. You may say all these things are good to listen, but let me think of my next routine. Tomorrow, what I'm supposed to do. Let me think of my life spending decisions and what I'm supposed to do next. If that is the case, it is perfectly up to you. Try to protect yourself. Nothing wrong. But suddenly one day you will realize that someone inside you wakes up and understands or experiences that what you're protecting all these days was just a shadow. We work these 4 days continuously on your mind so that you can understand the single truth, this one single truth. If your mind is too crowded with your own thoughts, you will not be able to understand. If too many fish are jumping on the reflection of this fan, you can't understand that it is reflection. All I did in these 4 days was ask the fish to move away a little away, to give a little space so that you can just see and realize that it is not the swan, but just the reflection of the swan. The moment you understand it, you will play the game of reflection so beautifully. The moment you understand this, the moment you realize this, if you are a doctor, you will become a much better doctor because you know that it is a game you are playing, so you will not suffer with it. Let me explain to you why this understanding will liberate you. It is like this. You're sitting here with me now in this room. As long as you know that the exit door can be opened anytime and that you are free to move anytime, you will be comfortably sitting here. The moment you feel it might be locked and the key might not be available anytime, you will not be able to sit here comfortably. You will first try opening the door. You will first try to escape. In the same way, if you don't understand that life is a game, you will hurt yourself and you will hurt others. Taking the whole game too seriously. Taking the whole game too seriously is the only mistake that you make. The moment you understand you are just nirvana, you will see that the physical well-being and mental well-being simply happens. Okay, we'll continue the session in some time. With this, we'll end I'll be closing this particular topic here. Thank you. With the Purna mantra, and I'll pray this with the gratitude to Swamiji. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tatsa. Sarvam Bhagavad Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Understand, you are not just the body as you think. It is only one part of you. Physical body made out of flesh and bones is one part of you. There is a second layer. The air which you inhale and exhale. Understand? The prana which goes inside and comes out. That is the second layer, second part of your body. To kill somebody, you don't have to even poison the body. If you are just your body, if you have to be killed, your poison has to be added inside your body. But if poison is added, poisonous gas is added even in the room, the person will die. Means your boundary is not just the skin. You are not ending where your skin ends. The pranic layer is like maybe if you inhale and exhale deeply, from which distance you can smell. For example, you can smell, some people may be able to smell any smell which is there 6 feet distance. For some people they can smell even 20 feet. For some people, fortunately, who kept the nose very sharp in the young age, if you are not suppressed, your nose will be very sharp. Your sense of smell
What about small babies that are born, maybe they're in an accident or maybe they have some sort of really bad illness
they bring that type of mental setup. It is their conscious choice.
from a previous life, they bring it with them?
When you say mental setup, is it the same as the samskara?
Yes, samskaras mental setup.
So that's the only thing we carry with us after
Yes.
that.
Oh, about temple and all those things we will discuss later on. And let me tell you one thing, all these temple and all for initial level people. If you can really sit and meditate, you don't need temple. Be very clear, I am making a spiritual supermarket now. So that all stages of people will be helped. You understand? There are some people who are standing in the first level. For them, they cannot directly start meditating. For them, they need something to relate with. So I bring all these things. So I put all these things for level 1, level 2, level 3 people. If you can meditate, forget about all these things. Do not waste your time. And let me be very open. I am very clear. See, I am not doing all these things. I don't do business out of vigrahas. I don't do business out of temple. Temple is not profession for me. Temple is not business for me. That's the reason I am very clear. That is for initial level people. People who can't sit with closed eyes. For them, at least sit with open eyes. To make them sit, to give them the initial inspiration, all those things. Please do not be caught in that. Do not be caught in that. It's like, you see, in university, first level programs, second level program, third level program, there are level courses. Same way, these are all first level programs. Nice things, good place to start, but not the right place to end. Good place to start. You see, you feel nice, you can sit 10 minutes there. If I say normally, ordinary way, just sit 10 minutes, it will be a little difficult. But 10 minutes you can sit with him, in front of him. So these are all initial things. So do not bother too much about all those things. And do not bother too much about all those rituals also. These are all, I can say, in the first level, see, our rishis are so compassionate. They created a step by step, small steps, small steps, so that even a handicapped people can walk. See, in this country, they say that all buildings should be done in such a way, built in such a way, even handicapped people should be able to use that. Same way, our rishis have created a system, even mentally handicapped people can use. Even beginners, even for them, they created a system. These are all systems created for beginners, not for the people who start meditating. If you are not able to meditate, then take the help of all these things. If you are able to meditate, forget about all these things, straight away start meditating. I always tell people, if you don't meditate, you worship. If you don't meditate, you worship. If you start meditating, you will be worshipped. That's all. Non-meditator worships, meditator is worshipped. That's all. So be very clear. Do not be stuck in all those things. These are all nice things. Initial level. If you can go ahead, move further.
If you happen to be at a place where somebody is passing on.
And one more thing, please let me be very open and clear. All your prayers and all these things are nothing but awakening your own energy. Those things are done to awaken your own energy. So meditation will work much intensely than any other prayer. Any other prayer, it's like a step by step. In the initial level, you are asked to pray. Then in the next level, some japa, means repetition of mantra. Then meditation. Then naturally, ultimate enlightenment. So these are all initial level. Do not be caught in the initial things. Do not bother too much about why he is wearing that saree, why he is wearing this saree. That looks beautiful, so I put that all. People ask me, why he is standing like this? Don't ask him, how do I know? People ask me, why he is standing like this? See, they have taken the photograph when he is standing like that, that's all. Nothing else. See, I am sitting like this. You take a photograph and make a statue of that same pose. After some time, why is Swami sitting like that? What is the meaning of his hand being like this? See, that is the time they click the photograph, that's all. So do not bother too much about all these things. And one more thing, that the statues are installed so that you can relate with the divine through some form. He is formless. He is formless. But you can't directly relate with formless. You need some form. That's the reason we put some form. Whether it is Shiva or Vishnu or Venkateshwara, Rama, Krishna or Ganapati, any form is okay. It is just so that you can relate with the God, some form. That's all. Don't start fighting. There's a big fight. Always people fight. Shiva is big or Krishna is big. Rama is big or Vishnu is big. I always tell people, see that Shiva and Krishna, if they meet, they will hug each other. But the Shivas, bulls and Krishna's goats always fight. They always fight with each other. And do not bother about who is big or who is great and all those things. These are all help for you to enter into meditation, that's all.
They asked me why you had a white towel and I myself didn't know. So I thought
It's actually Vaishnavic mark to awaken Anya Chakra, that's all. That creates a sort of heat and continuously the Anya will be alive, active, that's all. If everything is Maya, why so complicated? Because you don't understand it's complicated. If you understand everything is Maya, nothing is complicated. I think, yes,
where does, if everything has to be done by us, then where does Guru come into play?
Guru come into place, reminding you that everything has to be done by you. Guru is a man who doesn't give you false hopes, who makes you aware, who makes you stand on your own feet, tells you, you have to stand and you can stand. Please be very clear. People who always exploit you will never let you believe you can stand in your feet. Only an enlightened master will make you believe you can stand. And he will see that you stand. A small story. A Zen master, enlightened master and his disciple, both of them went to a river. Suddenly the disciple fell in the river and started drowning. He shouts, "Master, save me, save me." Master says, "Fool, stand up and save yourself." Disciple says, "You teach all your Vedanta later on, now save me. I am drowning, I am dying." He says, "Save yourself, you can save." I teach all those things later on when I come out. Now save me, my life is at risk. Master just shouts, "Fool, stand up and save yourself." The moment the disciple heard the word, he was shocked so much, he just stood up and saw water is only up to knee level. Water is only up to knee level. Guru is a person who makes you understand water is only up to knee level, stand up.
The purpose of worship, the objects, idols, forms, is only a beginning to get to the meditative state that often in many religious faiths, that's not, the worship is not there, it's just purely meditation.
I can say those systems are not complete systems. They are buildings without the handicapped facilities. Understand? They are not complete. Our rishis have created a system where everything is available. See, there are some people who can do only physically. There are some people who can do verbally. There are some people who can do mentally. So, for physical people, you need worship, physical worship, pouring something, doing something physically. For verbal people, repetition of mantra, stotra, Vishnu Sahasranama or some mantra. For people who are mental level, higher level, for the meditation. So rishis have created a system for every level. Body, mind and spirit. In all the level, they have created a system. So I can say, without little bit of worship, the system is incomplete. This is a nice question. If you lived your whole life just eating, naturally at the time of death, what you will decide? Anyhow, even if I take one more body, I am going to only eat. Let me take big body. Why to take unnecessarily big responsibilities? So that I can eat the whole day. You lived your whole life sleeping. Naturally you decide, let me become buffalo. I can sleep whole life. You decide according to your activities, according to your mental setup. How you live, based on that you decide your next life. See, what you think as most important thing in your life and the greatest achievement, that attitude, that idea decides your next life.
Swami, if whenever I pray, I say that all action that I'm going to do today, I pray and I say, okay, Swami, just give me the energy that whatever I do, right, wrong, I go to work, any decision I take, it's going to be taken, I'm going to be detached from it. So, and I also pray. Now, is this right, wrong, having this faith? Now, you said that I am the one who, the Guru is the person who tells that you are the one who is going to be doing this action. But the disciple says, okay, Swami, you are going to give me the energy and it is you who are doing it. So, what exactly is...
One thing, even you saying continuously the master is doing everything is an effort. Even that is an effort. So be very clear, master doing everything will happen when you understand or realize when you become enlightened. Be very clear, there are two paths, self-surrender and self-effort. Self-surrender means completely removing yourself. Self-effort means completely taking the responsibility on yourself. Even to do the self-surrender, you have to put your effort. The initial level. You understand? See, every day you say, oh Master, please give me energy. Even that is an effort. You intensely praying is also an effort. After some time, without even praying, you will feel strongly connected to Master and you will continuously supply with energy. That is what I call real surrender. Then surrender has happened. As of now, surrender has not happened. It's only self-effort. Why do you think people go on continuously preaching? Because they don't believe. If you are convinced what is happening here is beautiful, enjoy, that's enough. Things will automatically happen. Your very bliss, your very transformation will inspire them. Right? What happened? This guy has transformed so much means there must be something really nice. I should go and experiment. Show the transformation in your life, not in your words. What you do will speak for you. What you speak will not do for you. What you do will speak for you. What you speak will not do for you. Little loud.
You said that a lot of what we do and the effort is going to be ours. So, what is it? How does that? I'm wondering how that relates to grace.
No, sorry, ma. Can you come front of me? Because of the span.
Well, I'm wondering because you said a lot of this depends on our own efforts, yes? A lot of what we do depends on our own efforts. So I'm wondering where the Guru's grace comes in, or is there such a thing?
Grace.
Yes.
The idea to make effort or the inspiration to make effort itself is a grace. Inspiration to do effort comes because of grace. All people don't get the inspiration to do effort, to make effort. You got the inspiration to make effort. That itself shows that you have a grace. Yes.
This question is there for a long time. You said you are liberated, do that. Who is that you always talk?
That you, as of now, is you. What do you think as you? See, now as of now, what do you think as you? What do you think as you?
I don't know that. I would know.
You see, work or when you sit, do some things. For example, when you relate with your wife, you think yourself as a husband. When you relate with your daughter, you think yourself as a father. When you relate with your boss, you think yourself as a servant. When you relate with your servant, you think yourself as boss. As of now, you are all these things put together. All these things put together. When you go deep, you will suddenly realize you are not all these things. New understanding will happen. Of course, till that happens, you have to continuously pester and work with yourself. But that has to happen in you.
When a person's been diagnosed with a disease, when a person's been diagnosed with cancer or a disease, do they start working on their samskaras at that point?
I don't think they start working consciously. They start suffering, that's all. Working is different, suffering is different. By working, you remove the samskaras. By suffering, you may not remove.
Swamiji, you speak of the great masters that are enlightened, they're in the nirvanic, and then they assume a body and come in if they want, but then they don't have identity, they're merged.
This is a very tricky question. In that level, you have identity and you don't have identity. It's paradox. You can't understand intellectually.
And also within that, within enlightenment, I heard you say that enlightenment is called ultimate, but it's not the end.
It's not the final.
Right. So in nirvanic body, is it one level or is it still evolution?
No, it's one level. As you understand. As you understand. More than that, only after going there you can see.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Thank you for joining. Let us start with a new segment now about the genesis of identity. My name is Ma Saumya, and let me share my screen so that we can get started with the genesis of identity. All right. All right. So please make sure that you're not recording anything, photography, audio, video, and don't, please make sure that you are, to get the most out of the program, make sure that you're following all the spiritual practices. The exercises and dietary programs in this class are not intended as a substitute for any regular exercise routine or treatment. Let's start with Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tatvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Samarambham Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. This is Guru Parampara Vandanam. Now, we're talking about the genesis of identity. We all go to school, colleges, and we relate with the outside world in a certain way. And how we relate with ourselves is different. How we relate with the outside world is different. How we view outside world is different. So it's very important to understand the dynamics of these for our enlightenment. Basically, you need to know who you are, how you are working, how your operation process is, to be able to take the necessary steps and goals towards your enlightenment. So this segment focuses on that, like introduces you to you, which is very important. And also, and also, sorry for the, break. So basically, yeah, as I said, this program introduces you to you. And that is very important as a first step towards your enlightenment journey. If you know the genesis of your identity, the identity crisis will be solved. Getting your identity crisis solved is Satori. For all of us, right, in life, without knowing completely about ourselves and without knowing, it's like walking blind. You do not know completely about yourself, or you do not know what you're expecting from others. And I mean, you have certain expectations, you're just following the crowd sometimes. And that can be, sorted out and done more gracefully when you know about yourself completely, when you know about your operations completely. When I say knowing about your operation, what I mean is how you are relating with the world, how you are seeing the world, how you are seeing yourself in the world. And we'll look more into it. It's called inner image, outer image, and all that. So, and this is very important for your identity, to know what you are to yourself, right? Once your identity crisis is solved, the first glimpse of enlightenment happens in you. It will become permanent in you. Solving the identity crisis, that will take away all your fears. So, I mean, there are many benefits to it, right? The very first is your fears will be reduced. Your fears will be gone, actually, once you know about yourself. And many other emotions also, you can be in control of them. You need not, worry too much. And, once you know about yourself thoroughly, once you're sure about yourself, you wouldn't worry about little things. You wouldn't get scared easily. You'll be a different metal altogether. If you're properly able to know about yourself, do all the exercises, know about yourself completely, you wouldn't get just shaken so easily, right? And that's a blessing, to be in a space where nobody will be able to shake you and no situation can shake you. Be like, I would say having that sthita prajnata. That means being in a stabilized zone. That can be achieved by solving your identity crisis. What forms genesis of your identity? Let's get a little bit deeper into it. What forms genesis of your identity? There are 4 major dimensions to it. One is inner image, outer image, others image, and life image. Let's get started with inner image. Now, inner image is something, it defines what you think about yourself, right? Like people, sometimes people, they can tell outside that, oh, I'm so and so, I do so and so, I'm very good at this, I'm very good at that. But what do you really think about yourself inside, right? What do you think your inner strengths are? What do you think your weaknesses are? What is your opinion about yourself? And how do you talk to yourself? The image you have about yourself, that is called as inner image. So inside your body and what you perceive as you, the strong beliefs you have about you, that is called inner image. Inside you, inner image. Whenever I touch it, it will not flourish. The moment I get success, it will be taken away. Anything, right? Like certain cognitions you have about you. Sometimes, we all of us, right, have certain cognitions. Oh my God, if I do that, if I see a black cat, maybe it is not good. Oh my God, whenever I touch this, it will fall down for sure. All these things, right? Like cognitions about you, and certain good cognitions also, right? Whenever I wear this dress, it is going to get success to me. That such kind of, it can be positive or negative. What you think about you, and certain cognitions you carry about you, all this included comes under inner image. If you see, sometimes you'll feel you will be always successful in everything. If you see, sometimes you will feel you'll always be a failure in everything. Whatever you think as you in you is your inner image. Outer image. Now let's get into outer image. How you show you to others, to the world constantly. Sometimes it will be the same as what you feel as inside you. Sometimes it is diametrically opposite what you show about you to the outer world. All the time, we say to the other people, right? Oh, do you know who I am? That kind of, we always project a little bit, we don't want to feel low in front of others. So irrespective of your inner image, we tend to project like nice things in the outside world. That is our outer image. Like what we project to the outside world is called outer image. So, when you relate with your friends, how do you relate with them, right? Hey, I went to so-and-so school. I went to so-and-so college in India. I went to so-and-so university. And I work at so-and-so company. And I am so-and-so in the society. So anything that you project to the outside world and you relate to the outside world, that image is known as outer image. Now, both these images, previously we talked about inner image. Inner image is what you think, the image you have about yourself. Outer image is what you project as the image you project to the outside world. In an ideal scenario, these both are the same. Ideal scenario is what? When you're enlightened, right? When you're enlightened, you achieve internally, you feel Paramashiva, you cognize that you are Paramashiva. Outside also, you project that you are Paramashiva. Let's talk about a common man, normal people like you and me, right? How do they, there's always certain difference, right? Internally, sometimes we are scared, we don't know about things, but do we project the same outside? I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong, but what do we project outside? We say that, okay, we wouldn't say everything what we think inside to the outside world, right? So there is definitely a difference to what we think inside to what we project outside in most of the cases. Whatever you show as you to others, usually you show through your words, body language, the way you project you. That is our outer image. Others' image. Now, this is a third aspect, third dimension, which is a little more interesting. How others perceive you. Oh, she lives in so-and-so place. Oh, she is very, very nice speaker. Oh, she does cooking very well. Oh, she does bad cooking. Anything, right? Like what others perceive you as. Not how you want others to perceive you, but what others perceive you as of now. Everybody wants others to think that they are amazing, right? But what others really perceive you as, that is known as outer image. So far, we've covered 3 kinds of dimensions here: inner image, outer image, and what others perceive about you, the other's image. Whatever you may show, people will have their own ideas about you, irrespective, right? Some people will can say, there are stereotypes everywhere and whatever, right? Based on their experience, they think certain things about you. You cannot change that. People have their own right to think, and that will be happening based on their experiences, their past. So they will perceive you in their own way. That is called as others' image. And, every person looks at you in a different way, right? Not everybody's, thinking about you will be in the same way. So this outer image is different based on the person. Now, let's come to the fourth dimension, that is life image. What is life image? How you perceive life and others. Now, this is a little bit more interesting. The first image we talked about is what is the image you have about yourself. Second is how you project yourself to the outside world. Third is what others think about you or perceive about you. Fourth image is how you perceive life and others. So, for example, I perceive that life is beautiful. It's great. It's giving me what I want. It's a little bit, sometimes I don't understand life. I, think, is it really intelligent? But at the end, I will know that life is really intelligent and beautiful. This is my thinking about life. So like this, different people can have different thinking about life, right? Some people can think, oh my God, life is, it's not going so well for me, or anything, right? About others also. People are really, amazing. That's also one kind of opinion you have. So any kind of opinion that you have about others, about life, that is known as a life image. Being able to trust life and others is one of the most important luxury you can have in your life. Let's say you want to become a CEO of a company. What do you have to do? Other than, building an amazing product, what do you have to do? You have to trust people. You have to trust in the abilities of people. And not just that, logically, right? Anything can happen at any time. So it can go in a positive way or negative way. But what is it that drives a person? The hope in life. The feeling that irrespective of the logic, life will do good to me. That hope gives the courage to the person to become a great entrepreneur, to become a great CEO. So having a great life image, having a great image about people is very crucial for your success, in not just on the, for your material success, but even for your spiritual progress, spiritual success. Because if you keep doubting everything, if you don't trust life, what happens? You'll be scared every moment, right? Knowing that you're backed up by the cosmos is the greatest luxury you can have. So having a great life image is the best thing that you can get. In fact, all these four images, if they are great, that is the best thing that you can have. So when I say great, I mean in terms of authenticity. What is authenticity? Authenticity is going to your extreme best, right? When you have the life image, the best thing, cognizing the best things about life. When you're cognizing about yourself, you are cognizing yourself as Paramashiva, the best way possible. When you're projecting yourself, the outer image, you are projecting that you would be doing it in the authentic way, right? In the best way possible. Authenticity. So having the goal to know all these things is to have authenticity, to achieve authenticity in all these images. Inner image, outer image, others image, and life image. How you perceive the world and life, all the words you may have about life and others, that is called life image. This we've already covered this, we've already discussed this, life image. Diksha, into what form genesis of your identity introduces you to you. So let's, watch this YouTube video by Swamiji. Let me quickly share the YouTube link.
Now I want you to understand basically few things about you. Please listen. I'm going to now introduce you to you. That's very important. Finding you to you. If you find you, you found God. If you don't find you, you have not found God. You have not found anything. You don't know what is joy. You don't know what is pain. You don't know what is pleasure. If you don't know you, how will you know what is your pain and what is your pleasure, what is good for you, what is bad for you? You will only have the rough idea about what is good for you, what is bad for you from others, not from you. I tell you, anything which you don't want to face in your life,
I would like to increase the volume, so just give me a moment. Sorry.
is because you don't know you. You don't know you. I'm introducing you to you. I'm trying to create a paint drawing, all of us together. Listen, whatever you think about you inside you, whatever you believe strongly as you inside you, is inner image. Whatever you think as you inside you is inner image. If you see sometime, you will feel you will be always successful in everything. You see sometime, you will feel you will always be failure in everything. Whatever you think as you in you is your inner image. How you show you to others, how you show yourself to others, that is outer image. That is outer image. Understand? Whatever you show as you to others, usually you show through your words, body language, the way you project you. That is outer image. Mostly this inner image and outer image will be inconsistent. They will not be matching with each other. Inner image will be lower than what you are. Outer image will be higher than what you are. There will be a big gap. What you think as, what you feel as you, and what you speak as you. This gap, the gap between your mouth and the heart. That is what I call confusion in life. Anyhow, I can say anyway, source of confusion. This inner image, outer image, then what others perceive about you, whatever you may show, people will have their own ideas about you. They will perceive you in their own way. That is called others' image. That is called others' image. Inner image, outer image, others' image. How others perceive you. And please listen. When you want all the benefits from others and society, you are bound to take responsibility for how others perceive you. You can't say, how others perceive me, I am not responsible for that. No. You can't say that. You are responsible for how others perceive you. You are responsible for how others perceive you. So understand, how others perceive you, others' image, you are responsible. And how you perceive the world and life, what you have in your head about life. You may think life is exploiting. All the 4-letter words you may have about life and others. That is called life image. Understand, if you have a wrong life image, even if you are living in a palace with all the pleasures of life, best things life and others can give you, you will still continue to be in a deeply deprived space and state, because able to have a right life image and trust others is one of the luxury you can have in life. Being careful is different. Constantly being frightened is different. Being careful is different. Constantly being frightened is different. I'll give you experiential explanation about these 4 words: inner image, outer image, others' image, and life image. From my own experience. Listen. When I look inside me, my inner image, I see a vast, powerful space of Purnatva, complete completion.
or sunyatva, emptiness, living emptiness. You can call that as a Mahadeva, whatever. A complete space. That's the exact inner image I'm carrying. Outer image. Listen. Outer image. How I project myself. I'm projecting myself as a being to transmit that experience to all of you. You can call us an enlightened master or a teacher or an incarnation, whatever way you want. You can give any title. I'm a being to transmit that experience. That's my outer image. Declared outer image. Others' image. Listen, others' image. I may declare that I am here to transmit this enlightenment experience to you. But people expect that I should heal their physical pain, mental pain. I should bless them for wealth. I should bless them for a healing relationship. Peace, bliss, contentment, completion. See, the other's image, what people perceive from me and expect from me, maybe it is different than what I declare, but even then I am responsible. Because whatever they expect is within the purview of my declaration. Please understand. When I say I am here to transmit that experience to you, to give that experience to you, I have to give you at least 1,000-volt spiritual energy. But to clear your cancer or headache, I need to give only 0.5-volt energy. So if you expect me to heal your physical problems, I am responsible for it because that falls in the purview of my declaration. Anything which can be done by the transmission of energy and experience of enlightenment, the side effect, after effect, byproduct of transmission of energy, you have a right to expect from me because that comes within the purview of my declaration. It is my responsibility to fulfill it. Only if you expect that I should win the World Cup, playing the football match, I am not responsible for it because that doesn't come under my declaration, the purview of my declaration. But anything you expect in the line of physical health, mental health, complete relationships, wealth, fulfillment, completion, enlightenment, I am responsible for it. Either I have to give you that. If you are not ready to receive, I have to prepare you and give you that. But till you achieve it, I am responsible. This is what is taking responsibility for others' image. And the life image, the image I have about life and others, the whole world is here to celebrate this joy with me, to celebrate this bliss with me, to celebrate this completion with me. That's all. So understand, now you also look in and find out the inner image you have, outer image you project, others' image you created, for which you are responsible, and life image you are having about life and others, pen down exactly what you have. Then we will find out the root cause of all the problems you have in your life. Then we will build the right inner image, outer image, life image, others image. Come on. First, let's spend a little time in finding the inner image you are having, outer image you are having, others image you are having, life image you are having, without editing. Please start penning down. Please distribute the assignment sheet of genesis of your identity. Now I wanted to give you some deeper insights based on your introspection, your internalysis, your contemplation. How many of you found in your experience? Listen carefully. How many of you found in your experience there is a gap between how you think about you and how you show you? Means gap between inner image and outer image. Raise your hand. If there is a gap between inner image and outer image, how you think of you and how you project you to others, in this gap, self-doubt starts. Understand? For example, you go to attend an interview, you know you are not capable of something, but you sell yourself to your boss, saying, hey, I can do it. And boss is convinced and he gives you the job. When you come back, suddenly you feel you convinced others, but you yourself are not convinced. Then what is the truth? The doubt about yourself starts raising, which will start coming up in every level of your life. In your health, in your relationship, everywhere this doubt will start raising. That is what I call self-doubt. How many of you think you have this self-doubt? Raise your hand. We will have to now find that and complete. Second, how you project yourself to others, outer image, how others perceive you, others' image. You may project yourself very humble person, simple person. Others will say, see, this fellow acting. You may project as a humble, simple person. Others will say, see, this fellow, how he is acting. How many of you have experienced this? Raise your hand. You may project yourself in one way, others completely perceive in a different way. Raise your hand. Let me see the gap between outer image and others' image. Listen, When others perceive you in a different way, you naturally start feeling you are not enough unto yourself. You will start feeling, I am not enough. That is the source of all the self-hatred. Please understand, self-hatred. When you project yourself in some way, but others perceive in some other way, when you become powerless about it, and you feel you start hating yourself. I am not enough. I am not sufficient. Others are not believing how I am projecting me. That is self-hatred. Next, listen. Next, how many of you feel that you have this self-hatred? Raise your hand. You feel you are not enough. Raise your hand. Let me see. Yes. That is self-hatred. We need to find out this source of this and complete with it. Third, this is the very important thing. Others' image, how others expect you. Life image, how you expect others. See the fun. Everyone around you will be telling you should understand people more. You should be more listening. You should have more understanding. But you will strongly believe everyone around me are incomplete. They should understand me more. You will believe everyone around you are incomplete. And they don't understand anything. They should understand you and transform themselves. But they will all believe you are incomplete. You should understand them more and transform. How many of you have this tug of war? Raise your hand. This is what I call self-denial. Whatever is denying it, constant denial, the gap between what you think about others and what others think about you. This gap makes you start denying everything. See, when you want everyone to understand you and change, and everyone around you wants you to understand and change, there's a deadlock. And you become powerless. You don't do anything. This becomes a lifestyle. Time passes, day passes, you don't think. You don't walk that extra mile you need to walk. You constantly live in denial. All breakdown in life happens in denial. Understand? All breakdown happens in self-denial. How many of you think you have self-denial? Now it is time. You sit and pen down all the self-doubt you have, self-hatred you have, self-denial you have. SDHD. Like ADHD for kids, SDHD for grown-up kids. SDHD patterns. I wanted all of you to spend little time now and understand the self-doubts you have and the incidents when it started in you. Self-hatred you have and incidents when it started in you. Self-denial patterns you have and incidents when it started in you. Start. SDHD. Start penning down. We internalized about the inner image we have, outer image we have, life image we have, others image we have, which is very inauthentic. That is why you have so much of SDHD, self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. Let us contemplate The inner image you want to have and pen down. The outer image you want to have and pen down. Others' image you want to have and pen down. Life image you want to have and pen down. Please listen. What you have is inauthentic. What you want to have, if you pen down, you will see authenticity there. I'll explain after you write what you want to have, how to have what you want to have. First, think through and pen down what you want to have. The best inner image you want to have, best outer image you want to have, best others image you want to have, best life image you want to have. Please pen down. Please pen down. Now please listen. After all this internalisis, you will now know very clearly what are the patterns which is stopping you becoming what you want to be. Means the gap between your inauthentic image and authentic image. For example, your authentic image, you may want to get up every day early morning, 5 o'clock and do yoga. But your inauthentic image, early morning when 5 o'clock alarm bell rings, no, you don't want to get up, tired, feeling sleepy. Then what is it stopping you becoming authentic? Your tired boredom. When you started developing this, your tiredness and boredom is the incompletion. When you started developing it, find the incidents. Same way, in your authentic image, you want to be just fearless. Want to go for a beautiful night walk in the moonlight, in full moon day, in the forest. But the inauthenticity creates fear. Fear of animals, ghosts, and whatnot. So what is it that stops you living your authenticity? The fear pattern. So pen down your incompletion. And when those fears started in you, how many of you understand what I am saying? Please raise your hand. So understand, all the incompletion patterns which stops you living your authentic image. What stops you living your authentic inner image, outer image, others image, life image? The past thoughts, emotions, patterns, hangovers, residues, sitting in the present and suffocating you, not letting you live your future is incompletion. The past thoughts, emotions, patterns, hangovers, residues, sitting in the present and suffocating you, not letting you live your future is incompletion. So understand, think and look in, pen down at least 11 incompletions. You must be having 11,000, that's different. At least 11, pen down. The 11 incompletions stopping you becoming authentic. And the incidents when those incompletions started in you, as early as you remember, pen them down. I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching and causing eternal bliss. Nithyananda
Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bedadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org, www.youtube.com/
All right. How do you all feel after the video about the inner image, outer image, the genesis of identity? Okay, as Swamiji, mentioned in the video, we all have inner image, outer image, life image, and others image. Let us do the small exercise, practically all of us. Describe all the words and statements you use to describe yourself. Basically, you want to write down what your inner image is. Next, you're going to write what your outer image is. That is, describe all the qualities you project to others, which you believe are part of your external image. And then describe all the words and statements others have used to describe you. What they believe is the image they carry about you, others' image. And describe all the words, statements, and beliefs about the world and about life. That's life image. Sorry, Ma, you said you still see the YouTube. What do you mean?
I
Stop the
you
screen.
I think you were reading from slides, but I couldn't see the slides. I could still only see the end of the YouTube video. Like it was a YouTube screen instead of seeing your slides.
Oh, I stopped it, Ma. I stopped the sharing. You should be able to see my video
Yeah,
now.
now I can see you, yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay,
Yes.
no problem. Okay, let's go ahead and start this exercise. All right. I hope you all completed the exercise. Let's get into what is self-doubt. I think you all might have gotten a good insight into, after completing the exercise, you might have got a good insight into what your inner images, outer images, others' images, and life image. So, and where are the inconsistencies as well? So, and by this you can get a good grasp of your identity. Now let's see what is self-doubt. The gap between inner image and outer image is self-doubt. The gap between outer image and others' image is self-hatred. We've seen in Swamiji's videos, right? Like, when inner image, you have some inner image and you project something else to the outside world. That is known as self-doubt, when there's a gap between inner image and outer image. When there is a gap between others' image, outer image and others' image, what you project to the outside world versus what others think about you. Let's say I project to the outside world that I'm very good at what I do. I'm a very good, let's say, writer. And what others think about the perspective is, let's say, she is an average cook or average writer. So any inconsistency is between them. You see, there is some inconsistency, right? That is self-hatred. I'm saying that I'm like above average and others are calling me as average. So that gap is what is self-hatred. Ideally, even if there's gap, I would be so sure about it and I would be complete with myself. In that case, there's no self-hatred. But if there's any gap there, that is self-hatred. You are responsible for what others think about you. So even for your others' image, you are only responsible. If others say that something is wrong, you have to look into yourself and see why they are feeling it that way. Because others' expectation, so far as is within the purview of what you show to others, that is outer image, they will expect that. If it is beyond that, it is okay. But if it is within the purview of what you show, and if their expectation is in that range, then you are responsible for what others think about you or others' images. Self-hatred, when you project yourself in some way, but others perceive you in some other way, when you become powerless about it and you start hating yourself. I am not enough. I am not sufficient. Others are not believing how I'm projecting me. This is self-hatred. Oh, why is someone not responding to me? I have done everything. How can they not respond to me? It's self-hatred, pretty much, right? You cannot base your emotions on what others thinking about you in that way. You'll have to, you'll have to go up and down, which is kind of suffering for you. It's self-hatred. So this is what this slide is saying, that self-hatred is what you project yourself, when you project yourself in some way, and when others perceive you in some other way, that gap, and when you're getting powerless about that gap, that is self-hatred. The gap between others' image and life image is self-denial. Self-denial is you're completely denying yourself. You feel it's unfit for you. You're unfit. So let's take an example. The gap between others' image and life image. Let's say others think that this person is average, doing this job in an average way, like 60% marks. And the life image that you have is, life is not so good. It always, this brings bad luck to me. That's the life image, let's say you have. This gap between others' image and life image, that is self-denial. Others at least are believing that you will do 60%, okay. But your image is about life is even worse. You will think that you will not even pass the exam or whatever. That gap is known as self-denial. So you think less, you have less hope about life, even less than what others think about you. You're completely denying it, right? So that is self-denial. You're denying yourself. Let's start with another example. Here we will be trying to create an authentic identity. As I mentioned earlier during the segment, that the goal of this segment is to have authenticity in all your images. Inner image, outer image, others image, and life image. How do you get that? How do you think the best in all these images? You first need to know what these all images are, which you have done. Here, you'll be going a little bit more deeper. The inner image, outer image, others image, life image you have now is inauthentic identity. They are inconsistent, right? Like, you have some inner image, outer image, you show a little bit more than what you think you're capable. And others image, you must have written down what others think about you. Life image, you have some certain perspective, if not the best perspective, some perspective about life, you've written it down. Now, you have to get an authentic identity of all these four images. The inner image, outer image, others image, life image you want to have is your authentic identity. Identify and pen down all the incompletions that are stopping you from expressing your authentic identity. So any incompletion, it can be fears, can be worries, can be you just don't feel like doing it, like you have fear about something. Any incompletion, that is what we are referring to here as incompletion. So any incompletion that you have, write it down. And for each incompletion, find out and pen down the incident when the incompletion started in you. For example, the incompletion is the fear of going to a beach. The incident is murder in the beach you saw some time back. So you have some incompletion with the whole beach itself. So write down the incompletions that are stopping you from expressing your authentic identity. Let's say you have some desire, you want to, get your dream job. What is it that is stopping you from getting your dream job? What do you think? Inner image, outer image, life image, others image. Write down what do you think in all these dimensions. Incompletions in all these dimensions. Inner image. How are you feeling? Do you think you're capable? Do you think you're not good enough to get this job? I'm first telling down all the inauthentic identity that a person may possess, right? So write down everything. I don't want to say anything, but you yourself write down what your heart is saying, what internally is the voice coming out from you. Write down your inner image, outer image, life image, and others image. All right, let's start this exercise now. Great. Everyone must have written the incompletions of the images. How do you all feel now? Cool. Let me start from here again. So till now we have, what did we do? We have identified what are inner images, outer images, others images, and life images. We have found out the inauthenticities, inauthentic cognitions in each of these dimensions. And then we have also identified the root cause of these cognitions, right? Like when did we first start this cognition in this particular dimension? So that's pretty much that's a good understanding about us at this point of time. Now let's see, we've also seen where does self-hatred, self-doubt, self-denial originate from. So let's say, let's go over a few examples of these. You are sick and want to get well. Now, people with these self-doubt and self-hatred and self-denial, how will they be looking at it? At this, like, let's say a person is sick, and what does these identities say? So let's say if a person is sick and he wants to get well, the self-doubt is, will I even get well? That's a self-doubt right there. Will I be able to do this? Will I pass the exam? These are all examples of self-doubt. Self-hatred is you just hate yourself, right? That is self-hatred. I think I'm not worthy of getting healthy. Whatever I have done, that is why I'm going through this. I don't know when will this even stop. I don't even deserve this. I just don't know. That kind of a thinking, right? You see the pattern. It's kind of hating yourself. Self-denial is the worst, right? Like, you're just completely denying the whole thought process. You're saying that I will not get well. I know, that's it. It's like, blocking the whole thing and then putting a plaster around it so that you're not even allowing yourself to have a positive cognition. At least in self-doubt, right? Will I get well? That kind of doubt is there. But in self-denial, you're just deciding that I am not going to get well. That is self-denial. So, in different aspects of your life, you have various levels of self-denial. We all have various levels of self-denial, self-doubt, self-hatreds, and all this. The best cognitions come up to us when we don't have, or when we minimize these self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial in all the aspects, right? And whenever you want to do something, or whenever you want to start something new, or start let's say, manifest a job or manifest wealth, for that particular thing, write down, this is an exercise you can do for manifesting anything, right? Whenever you want to manifest wealth, let's say, write down what your inner images, outer images, life images, and then others images. Identify self-hatred and self-denial, and then complete with them all. Then you'll be able to manifest wealth. Suppose if you have self-doubt, will I be able to create wealth? That sort of thinking. Self-hatred would be, I work so hard, but I don't know, life doesn't support me. I just don't know, will I even get wealth or not? That sort of thinking is self-hatred. Self-denial is, I know I wouldn't get wealthy. That sort of a thinking is self-denial. Anytime you get these cognitions right, complete them right away. Never allow even an inch of these things, because we never know how soon these things will grow within us. So be aware and just make sure that you don't have self-hatred, self-denial, and self-doubt in the areas where you want to manifest something. Another exercise, internalizing on your self-doubt, hatred, and denial. It's just 5 minutes. Here, you're going to write down your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial patterns. It's kind of similar to what you have done exercises before. In the previous exercises, you've identified what your inner image is, you've identified what your outer image is, and then you've identified what others' image and life images. So, based on this diagram, if you see here, the difference between the gap between inner image and outer image is self-doubt. Let's say, we can continue with this example of manifesting wealth. Outer image, you project that, yes, I am making a lot of wealth and I can make a lot of wealth. Inner image, you kind of are doubtful whether will I be able to make it. I do definitely want to make a lot of wealth and live a luxurious life. Will I be able to make it? So there's an amount of self-doubt. Let's say others think that she'll be able to make it, but you project that you will be able to make much more than what they think. That is self-hatred. Life image, you think life doesn't give wealth at all, but then you do others think that she will be able to make to a certain degree. When your life image is less than what others' image is, that is self-denial. You're not even giving yourself an option that others are giving you. That is self-denial. So among all these three, self-doubt is the least harming. Self-denial is the highest harmful to you. Let's do this quickly, 5 minutes exercise, and then we will continue with the slides. Okay. How does it feel? Hope you all have done this exercise. There's another, we are almost at the end of the session. There's another homework, this is like completing with all the patterns or all the incompletions. It's called Samskara Dahana Kriya, wherein what you do is you write down, like how you've done this exercise, write down all the pain patterns or, things which caused you a lot of suffering, or whenever you remember about anything, the pains that you have, write down all the pains, all the sufferings, and then decide to let them go. It can be that simple. It just is one decision. Just decide that you are going to complete means letting go all of them. Like you wouldn't be bothered by any of them. And then surrendered it to Swamiji's feet. So let's see what it says here is, sit and pen down when you started creating the pain pattern and complete. Your tiredness is a pain pattern. Boredom is a pain pattern. Being non-focused is a pain pattern. Getting irritated is also a pain pattern. Anything which you have other than samadhi is a pain pattern. Wow, look at this. Anything that you have other than, your samadhi, other than samadhi is a pain pattern. It can be physical pain. It can be emotional pain. It can be because of the relationships. It can be because of, the worry or the anxiety that you get if others are not responding to you. It can be because of, if you have incompletions about you want to go somewhere and you're not able to do what you want to do. All these are pain patterns. So anything other than samadhi is a pain pattern. So basically, any incompletion that you have, write down that incompletion, and when you started creating that incompletion, and what is the, root cause of it, if you can remember the incident or whatever, and then decide to let go, decide to complete it. Complete. If you make 10% do the completion, most of your karmas will be burnt away because you are reducing so much of pain, suffering, and karma load. When you share, right, when you tell others to complete, it's like doing good work. It's enriching them. So even cosmos will bless you, and the blessings will be showered upon you in such a way that you will be able to complete your pain patterns much easily. This is all mystical, right? There's no logic on how to complete or we just know the process. But what happens, the universe does, it's all mystical. And the cosmos works in mystical ways. When you enrich others, you will be showered. You will be able to complete your pain patterns in a much easier way. So there are millions of people who are suffering, waiting for the same solution. They will listen to you. You can complete with them. You can complete with you. You can complete with them. Okay. Anyway, so basically the second point is saying that teach completion to people. Completion means write down for the process is write down all your incompletions first, and then identify when that pattern started, when that pain pattern got started within you, and then write down what is the incident, and then decide to let go, surrender it to Swamiji, cosmos, and just decide to let go. And then whatever paper that you've written, right? I remember during inner awakening programs, Paramashivoham programs, like few years back, we literally used to burn those papers also. That means like completely done with these pain patterns. You feel so good after that. I always felt amazing after doing Samskara Dahana Kriya. So it's one comprehensive process that completes your root pattern, branch pattern, leaf pattern, basically all the patterns that you have. Bhagavad Gita, there's a slokam which says, Yajnat karmane nyatra lokeyam karma bandhanaha tadartha karma kraunteya mukta sangaha samacharam means work has to be performed selflessly. Otherwise, work binds one to this world. O son of Kunti, perform your work for me, and you will do it authentically, liberated, and without attachment. Wow, this is amazing. See, whenever we do any work, we kind of expect its results, right? How are we trained to work, operate in this world? We usually, calculate what are the benefits that we get from it, how much of, outcome, what is the outcome we get, and how much of it is beneficial to us. We do this SWOT analysis all the time. But Bhagavad Gita says, don't do this analysis. Just perform the work selflessly. If you don't do it for other than, divine, you will not be authentic at it, and it will bind you. So make sure that whatever you do, dedicate it to the divine. In that way, the work will not bind you. O son of Kunti, perform your work for me. So here, Krishna is addressing Arjuna, son of Kunti. Who is the son of Kunti? Is Arjuna. Arjuna is the son of Kunti. So Krishna is telling to Arjuna, Arjuna, perform your work for me, that is Krishna, and you will do it authentically, liberated, and without attachment. When you do any work in an authentic way, you will see your work comes out as a piece of art. It will be amazing. If you do it in a most calculated way, it will be very average work. It's like just getting work done. That's all. It will look like that, the end result also. But if you do it with passion and in an authentic way, without even worrying about what results it's going to get, you'll get it. Your work comes out as a piece of art. So, make sure you do this samskara kriya process also in an authentic way. Write down all your pain patterns, find out the root cause, when was the first time you felt that cognition, and just surrender them. Just take a decision that you are letting go of all. What do you mean by completing a particular pattern, completing an incompletion? It's just a decision. You are just going to take the decision that I am just letting it go, and the actual work is done by the cosmos in the most mystical way. Cosmos will do the work and complete you, but the decision has to be taken by you. All right. Okay, sounds good. All right. I think we are at the end of the session. Thank you all for listening to me. And Francisco, I think you can check out the YouTube. All this is getting played on the YouTube. We are at the end of the session. Thank you all for listening to me. I hope you enjoyed the session. The next session will be, done by the next Acharya. Thank you all. Bye-bye. Nithyanandam.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
So Nithyanandam, everyone. My Yogayana here. Thank you for being here for the session. So we're gonna start. Let me share my screen. Okay, before we start, let's do the Sadguru Vandanam to invoke the presence of Bhagavan with us. Please sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in straight line. Take a deep breath. Connect to Swamiji. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Vanvatitam Gagana Sadarisham Tatvamasya Dilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Havatitam Triguna Ashitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Thank you, everyone. Let's go forward with the genesis of your identity, with the internalizing exercise. Okay. Now, describe all the words and statements you use to describe yourself. So I know that you have something to pen down, so maybe a book, something like that. So the qualities that you believe are part of your internal image. This is your inner image. For example, I am lazy. So let's take 1 minute to do this. As you saw before, your inner image is whatever you think about you, inside you, whatever you believe strongly as you, inside you. This is your inner image. So describe with the words and statement what you think about you. Okay, now let's go forward. Describe all the qualities you project to others, which you believe are part of your external image. This is your outer image. For example, I'm kind. We'll take also 2 minutes to do this. So your outer image also is can be your words also, the body language, and the way you project yourself to others. Okay, now describe all the words and statements others have used to describe you. What they believe is the image they carry about you. This is what you recall, that Swamiji calls others' image. Example, you are arrogant. Let's take also 2 minutes to pen this down. Great. And now describe all your words, statements, and belief about the world and about life. This is life image. For example, life is cruel. You may think that life is cruel to you. We take also 1 or 2 minutes for this. And as you saw it before, so your life image is how you perceive life and others. Great. Let's go forward and move forward now. We are about the best 4 images. So what you have written so far is what you have currently. Now write down the 4 images you want to have. Write down the best inner image you want to have, the best outer image you want to have, the best others image you want to have, and the best life image you want to have. Pen down elaborately. Let's take 4 minutes to do this. Great. Let's move forward. Creating your authentic identity. Let's do this internalizing exercise. So the inner image, outer image, others image, life image you have now is your inauthentic identity. The inner image, outer image, others image, life image you want to have is your authentic identity. Identify and pen down all the incompletions that are stopping you from expressing your authentic identity. For each incompletion, find out and pen down the incident when the incompletion started in you. For example, the incompletion is fear of going to the beach. The incident is the murder in the beach, which you saw. So you can use this example here. In one side, you can write the incompletion, and in the other side, you can write the incident. Let's take 5 minutes to do this. Great. Let's move forward now. So now internalizing on your self-doubt, hatred, denial, SDHD pattern. Let's start with the self-doubt. When you project yourself in some way which you think you are not to others, when the other person is convinced but you are not convinced, what happens in you is self-doubt. Pen down all the self-doubts you have about you, an incident when it started in you. It takes 2-3 minutes to do this. And remember also that self-doubt is the gap between your inner image and your outer image. Thank you. Let's move forward now. With the self-hatred. The way you project you and the way the other person believes you, this gap is hatred. You want to project you in some way, outer image, but the other person is not ready to accept you. That gap is hatred. And the hatred always impacts you. Now, pen down all the self-hatred patterns you have an incident when it started in you. It takes also 2 minutes to do this. Let's move forward now with the self-denial. What others feel about you and what you feel about others in life. This gap is self-denial. For example, You always wanted others to feel great about you, means very trusting, loving, compassionate, caring, but inside you, you think all these fellows are cheating. When you open and trust others, you feel vulnerable. You are afraid that tomorrow they may cheat you. So you keep yourself closed. But you constantly expect that others should open. This is self-denial. Pen down now all the self-denial patterns you have an incident when it started in you. It takes also 2 minutes for this. Great. Let's move forward. Swamiji used to say that all breakdown in life happen in self-denial. It's very important. So we are now going to enter the completion process. You have penned down all these patterns. Now we are going through the completion. Let's see the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, 94th verse, second technique. Just consciously feel within that the mind stuff of past memories of incompletion with its activities as mind, intellect, mental cognition, and ego are not existing in me. By contemplating this way in your inner space, disidentify from the past impressions and the memories of incompletion. Put your active attention at the space of a past happening. Relieve these imagined impressions and memories of incompletion. Then the mind stuff, having fully ceased from its present characteristics of forming thought patterns and cognitions, is complete. Thus, you become complete and achieve the original space of completion. Let's enter the completion process. Reliving is relieving. Pick up the incident you need to complete with. The incident when you developed the incompletion, pick up that incident. Sit with yourself. Relive that whole incident in your inner space. Reliving is relieving. So what is reliving? See as it was in the past. See you are wearing the same dress, same age, same form. Just go back to the same situation, same emotions, same intelligence, same intellect, same understanding, same experience, same dress, etc. Don't justify from present context. And now, let's enter the process. Please close your eyes, sit straight. Take a few moments to consciously forget the present context. Start reliving and reliving. Pick up the incidents one by one. Start reliving and reliving. Relive authentically. Consciously forget the present context. Go back to that same age, body, mind, place, space, same mental setup, same identity, same power, same energy, same knowledge level, situation, experience, motion, dress, smell. Relieve and relieve. Relieve each incident at least 5 times. Relieve till your nervous system gets completed. Relieve from the impact of incompletions. Relieve till then. Don't be afraid. Relieve. Relieve intensely. We are going to take, say, 20 minutes to do this. Shanti. Slowly, very slowly, you can open your eyes. Take a deep breath. So I hope that this completion process will be very good for you. So we are going to do a small pause before the next session. Let's say it take 5 minutes, and I'm going to close this session and do the Puna mantra. Om Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavashri Nithyananda Paramashiva Paduka Rapanamastu. Om Nithyananda. Thank you very much. So be back in 5 minutes. Just take 5 minutes time to drink something, maybe, and start the next session. Thank you so much.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda
So Nithyanandam, I hope you are well, very, very well. So let's do the Sadhguru Vandanam before we continue with this session. Please sit straight, connect to Swamiji. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvanvatitam Gagana Sarvisham Tatvamasya Dilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Savadi Sakshibhutam Havatitam Triguna Rashitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Thank you very much. So welcome. We are going to continue this part of a teaching. So you are not the reflection of a paramahamsa. You are the paramahamsa. You will first try opening the door. You will first try to escape. In the same way, if you don't understand that life is a game, you will hurt yourself and you will hurt others, taking the whole game too seriously. Taking the whole game too seriously is the only mistake that you make. The moment you understand you are just nirvana, you will see that physical well-being and mental well-being simply happens. There is a beautiful verse written by Ramana Maharishi, addressed to the sacred hill Arunachala as his very beloved. The verse says, I thought you are my God and you will protect me. I came to you, but suddenly now I see you have simply destroyed me completely. Whatever I thought as me is not there now. I am missing. That is what I am telling you now. Many of you have come to me for healing, thinking that I will protect your body, your mind, and your life. Understand, the moment that you understand there is nothing to be protected, everything is simply protected. Your body is not the same body that was there yesterday. Your mind is not the same mind which was there yesterday. If your mind and body are both not the same, then who are you? How can you say that you are the same person who was here yesterday? How can you say that? Yesterday is different from today. Then how can you think that there is some continuity in you? When you think that there is some continuity in you, you start protecting yourself. You want to protect the continuity. You want it to be saved, preserved. And the problem starts. Just understand that you are fresh and different every passing moment. If your body is not the same thing which was there yesterday, and if your mind is not the same thing which was there yesterday, how can you say that you are the same person who was here yesterday? What you think of as you now is not the same you that you thought you were yesterday. Then how can what you think as, or what you think of as you be true even at this moment? You are not as solid as you think. You are not as solid as you think you are. The moment you understand that there is no need for any protection of your identity, there will not be any suffering. And you will understand that the whole thing is happening just like small bubbles in the ocean. Any minute, any bubble will disappear. There is nothing to protect. There is nothing to care for. There is nothing to grow. Understand that you are just a liquid. The very understanding that you are liquid is enough to liberate you. Just a simple understanding that you are not as solid as you think is more than enough. Contemplate on this one thing and relax from whatever you think of as you for the next half an hour. You will emerge as a new being. At least you will have a glimpse, one glimpse of who you are. When I say you, I mean capital letter Y-O-U, not small letter Y-O-U. Please sit as you are and close your eyes. Allow these words to merge in you. Whatever understanding happens, let it happen. Let's take small minutes for this. Great, let's go forward. The master is there to awaken this understanding in you. Ramana says, the master is a simha swapna, an Atma where a lion is chasing you. You will wake up even if you are in your deepest dreams, in the waking state. However thick the veil of illusion may be, you will wake up. Now let's start a small meditation to drop the entire past. Sit down on the floor, whatever you understand by these words, let that sink into you. See clearly that you are just liquid. See very clearly what prevents you from realizing this. See where you are stuck, whether it is your social position, or it is your fear of health, or it is the fear of losing your relationship, or the fear of losing your wealth. Just see where it is getting stuck and stopping you from experiencing that you are liquid, that you are fluid. At least understand that which stops you from realizing it. If nothing stops you, then relax into you. You are not the same person as you think you are. There is no need to protect you because you don't exist. You are just the greatest illusion created by you and supported by worldly illusions. Forget about tomorrow. There is no need to bother about it. Realize this truth now. That is enough. Don't bother about the consequences of this realization. Don't analyze whether it is positive or negative. Relax, bothering about the consequences. Just to see the truth. Don't worry about how many times you missed in the past. Even if you have missed 10,000 times in the past, it is all right. Now there is a possibility you can capture it. Just catch it. So we have gone through the meditation to drop the entire past. Now you know where you are stuck. Whatever thought came into your mind repeatedly during this meditation is where you are stuck. That is where you need to drop. When you are finished with all these 7 layers, the final touch will happen by the Master's grace. Actually, that is what happens when you put your entire effort. If your effort has been intense, the Master's grace happens automatically. When you open up and throw out everything, the Master will be there to heal everything. This is what happens in the meditation during all the 7 layers. You throw everything out, and the final touch is given by the Master's grace. Nithyananda is a technique that gives you what you need to balance yourself and experience complete harmony between your body, mind, and spirit, to harness the inner intelligence as a propelling force to excel in the inner and outer worlds. It is a guided meditation techniques for 35 minutes, comprising 5 steps. Please listen to the instructions carefully. Now I'm giving it in all awareness space, after all whose property are those meditation techniques. They are all our ancient rishis, sages' property. Why are they created? They were created for the sake of the whole world. It is not meant to be monopolized by some small groups of people. It belongs to the whole world. Knowledge belongs to the whole world. No one can say that it is only for them. That is the reason why I brought it out. I want all of you to understand the importance of this meditation so that you will enter into it with intensity. The first part of a meditation is the Nithyananda meditation. It cleanses and energizes the vital energy center in your body, which are responsible for the swaying emotions and stored negative memories. It brings intense awareness into your system to awaken the inner intelligence. It can create an explosion in your consciousness that can steer you toward a life of totality. Step 1. Sit in Vajrasana. If not possible, sit cross-legged or on a chair with hands on your hips, like you can see in the picture. Close your eyes and breathe chaotically for 7 minutes. So it's only the explanation. In step 2, continue to sit in Vajrasana. Form Chin Mudra with your fingers. Form a circle with thumb and forefinger of both hands, palm upwards. And placing your hands on your knees, hum intensely for 7 minutes. When you hum, keep your lips together and produce the sound. In step 3, you may now sit cross-legged on the floor if you wish to, or continue to sit in Vajrasana. For the next 7 minutes, you will take your awareness from the Muladhara chakra to the Sahasrara chakra. Dwell on each chakra for 1 minute with total awareness on that chakra. Take your awareness in the Muladhara chakra. Your Muladhara is pure. Your Muladhara is filled with energy. Your Muladhara is overflowing with bliss. Your Muladhara is radiating Nithyananda. Now take your awareness to the Svadhisthana chakra, which is 2 inches above the Muladhara. Your Svadhisthana is pure. Your Svadhisthana is filled with energy. Your Svadhisthana is overflowing with bliss. Your Svadhisthana is radiating Nithyananda. Take now your awareness to the Manipura chakra, which is located at the navel center. Your Manipuraka is pure. Your Manipuraka is filled with energy. Your Manipuraka is overflowing with bliss. Your Manipuraka is radiating Nithyananda. Take now your awareness to the Anahata chakra, which is located at the heart center. Your Anahata is pure. Your Anahata is filled with energy. Your Anahata is overflowing with bliss. Your Anahata is radiating Nithyananda. Take your awareness to the Vishuddhi chakra, which is located at the throat center. Your Vishuddhi is pure. Your Vishuddhi is filled with energy. Your Vishuddhi is overflowing with bliss. Your Vishuddhi is radiating Nithyananda. Take your awareness to the Anya chakra, which is located in the region between your eyebrows. Your Anya is pure. Your Anya is filled with energy. Your Anya is overflowing with bliss. Your Anya is radiating Nithyananda. Take your awareness to the Sahasrara chakra, which is located in the crown center. Your Sahasrara is pure. Your Sahasrara is filled with energy. Your Sahasrara is overflowing with bliss. Your Sahasrara is radiating Nithyananda. And step 4, for 7 minutes, just be unclutched in silence. And step 5, take your awareness to the Sahasrara chakra. With your awareness only on your crown center, just relax. Smile and relax. And with your whole being, offer your gratitude to your beloved mother for giving you this body. Remember and give your gratitude to her with all your being. Offer your gratitude to your beloved Father for giving you this life and providing for all your needs. Offer your gratitude to all the doctors and nurses who received you when you came to planet Earth. Offer your gratitude to all the people who built the hospital or home where you were born. Offer your gratitude to all the people who took care of you when you were an infant. Offer your gratitude to all those who worked for you, for your food, clothes, and living when you were young. Offer your gratitude to all the teachers who gave you primary education. Offer your gratitude to all your young age friends who made your life happy and blissful, who shared their innocence and joy with you. Offer your gratitude to your brothers and sisters and other relatives for nurturing you and caring for you. Offer your gratitude to all the people who gave you professional education, who helped you stand in your profession, who gave you the courage to stand on your own feet. Offer your gratitude to all the people who helped you financially whenever you needed it. Offer your gratitude to all the doctors and nurses who took care of your health, who gave you medical assistance whenever you needed it. Offer your gratitude to your spouse for giving you love and security in your life. Offer your gratitude and love to your children for coming into your life. Offer your gratitude to all the people who encouraged you and gave you inspiration in your spiritual life. Offer your gratitude to all those who have served you in one way or the other, all through your life. The milkman who delivers milk, the grocer, the laundryman, the garbage collector, your servants, your driver, all these people whom you take for granted. Offer your gratitude to your enemies and those who have hurt you for making you strong and forgiving by virtue of their behavior towards you. Offer your gratitude to all those who helped you physically, mentally, socially, economically, and spiritually. Remember each one of them and offer gratitude, taking your own time. Offer your gratitude to your body and all its parts one by one. Offer your gratitude to your mind for its miraculous functioning. Offer your gratitude to all the spiritual masters. Offer your gratitude to the master who has given you this Nithyananda for an experience. Offer your gratitude to the divine, to the whole, to God, for making all these things possible in your life. Now you will read whatever you have written in your book about all your samskara and relieve them completely once more in all the 4 layers of desire, guilt, pain, and joy. You have 15 to 20 minutes to relieve the whole thing. Relieve them and be relieved from them. You will realize when you do this that you don't even feel connected with those memories now. This happens because of the deep meditation that you did for each layer. You will feel that the memories are moving away. Relive everything and bring them out. You can visualize as if bulldozers are moving the earth and bringing out the whole thing. Visualize that the whole thing is just moving away from you. Finally, offer everything into the fire. Here we will have a fire which is energized with the mantra. mantra chants from the Upanishad mantra. The Master's love is the greatest medicine which can heal the past. The Master's grace can simply heal the entire past and totally cut you off from the past, giving you a new birth. You are then reborn. You become Dvija, twice born. At the time of sannyas, this same fire ritual is done. To cut yourself completely from the past is the ultimate initiation. So once you put everything into the fire, you will feel so refreshed. When you do the cleaning consciously, it happens this way. You are totally cleansed and you are out of it. Consciously offer everything to the fire. You will see that the entire past is cut off from you. This is the way to come out of all the 7 layers. In the end, the final touch, the Master's grace or the Master's blessings completes the whole process. In the Raja Homa, the intention is to purify the whole world, the whole universe. Of course, when you are purified, the whole world is purified. Understand? You are going to disconnect yourself from the past consciously, totally. Don't think, how will my imagination work for me? Imagination can do miracles. Sit for a few minutes and imagine that all your wound, all your suffering, all your guilt, all your pain, all your tears, all your joy, all your desire, all your karma are getting burned. If you wish to, you can sit and read the whole thing you have written once so that it will be easy for you to remember. Just to relieve the pain, relieve the desire, relieve the guilt, relieve the past. From first line to last line of what you've written, read all of it. Relieve your entire past, the gist of your entire life, and relieve yourself from desire, guilt, pain, and pleasure. First undergo all these desires, then undergo all pain. First undergo all the desires, then undergo all the pain, then undergo all the pleasures. Relive all the moments deeply and as vividly as possible. Only when you leave the karmas will leave you. Otherwise, it will be just a hangover on you, in you. When you really leave it, the very reliving becomes reliving. So take your own time and put all your emotion and imagination in every step, doing it as slowly as possible, as deeply as possible, with no urgency. Relieve it. Only then you can relieve it. So now I think that we are going to put the meditation.
meditation process, life bliss meditation. The meditation process which creates the perpetual completion in your system. I give you a few minutes, please settle down and adjust yourself, make yourself comfortable. Then I lead you step by step.
Let's prepare ourselves to enter the meditation.
The meditation process, life bliss meditation. The meditation process which creates your system. I give you a few minutes, please settle down and adjust yourself, make yourself comfortable. Then I lead you step by step. The meditation process, life bliss meditation. The meditation process which creates the perpetual completion in your system. I give you a few minutes, please settle down and adjust yourself, make yourself comfortable. Then I lead you step by step. Yes. The first step, please understand, first step of the process is chaotic breathing, means awakening and arising the prana, life energy level in your body to its peak possibility. It is the most dynamic aspect. You can put your hands on the hip and start breathing as deep as possible and as powerfully as possible. It's like a hyperventilating you. That's all, nothing else. Hyperventilating. I can show you. Use your whole body to breathe. The first step is 7 minutes. If you want, you can sit on your heels with knees and feet together in Vajrasana, or you can sit comfortably. But use your whole body and breathe. Use your whole body and breathe. I can demonstrate by myself. See here. Use your whole body and breathe as deeply as possible and as powerfully as possible, but as comfortably as possible. Let your whole body become alive. Let the hyperventilation happen in you. Please be sincere as much as you can. Do it as long as you are comfortable. Just don't increase your high blood pressure if you are high blood pressure, do it mildly, comfortably. Others do it sincerely, authentically. Now, move to the next step. Intense humming. Sit in the same way, either sitting on your knees or sit comfortably, but hum as intensely as possible. Let your whole awareness be with the humming sound. It's almost like if you put your mouth into empty vessel and create a vibration, how it will be same way. Hum as intensely as possible. Let your whole body vibrate with that humming sound. easily as possible, as deeply as possible. Bring your awareness to the 7 energy centers in your body. I'll guide you step by step. First, the root of the spine. Visualize yourself a powerful, bright sun in your root center, the root of the spine. Be in the space of restful awareness. the spleen center, the spleen area. Visualize yourself as a powerful light, the spleen area. Bring yourself to the navel center. See yourself in your navel center as a powerful light. Now, bring your awareness to the heart center. Center of the heart. Visualize yourself as a powerful light. Now, bring your awareness to the throat center, Vishuddhi chakra.
both the eyes, Anya Chakra. See yourself as a powerful light on the third eye. Bring your awareness to the crown center. The top of your head, Sahasrara Chakra. See yourself as a light on the crown center. With my integrity and authenticity, I bless you all. Let you all experience Kundalini awakening. Namah Shivaya. Namah Shivaya. Now, just relax, sit in the space of unclutched, decide to yourself, you will sit in the space of perpetual completion. Any incompletion comes up, complete and drop them. Be in the space of perpetual completion. Any doubt, fear, powerlessness comes up in you, distractions comes up in you, complete them and drop them. Be in the space of perpetual completion, unclutched. I bless you all and initiate all of you. Let your Kundalini Shakti be intensely awakened. Let your brain mirror the neuron activities of an incarnation, the peak possibility. Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya.
அருணாச்சல சிவமீதா அதுவே தலம் அருணாச்சலம் தலம் யாவிலும் அதிகம் அது
அறியாமொரு மக்களம் பதியாமவனாகிலே பதிவாரொளி மலையாய் நிதம் அருளாச்சலமெனவே
இருப்பிடமித்தவன் தான் ஒன்றுமா பின்னாமும்
അരുതക്കതിനൽകും അരുണാചല ശിവമീതാ. അതുവേ തലമരുണാചലം തലം യാവിലും അധികം അത് ഭൂമിയും ഇതയം അറിയാതുവേ ശിവൻ ഇതയ പതിയാമൊരു മക്കളം പതിയാമവനതിലെ പതിവാനൊളി മലയായി നിതമരുണാചലമേനവേ. ஆதியருணாச்சலப்பேரற்புதலிங்கற்புருக்கள் ஆதிநாள் மார்கையில்லாதிரை அஜோதியையும் ஈசனை மாமரர் ஏற்றி வழிபட்ட நாள் மாசி சிவராத்திரி அம்மக்கு. தங்களருளால் உலகம் தங்குவதற்கன்று இறைவன் சித்தனென என்றும் எனதுள்ளே பொங்கி ஒளிருந்து வைப்பல் போதமோடு என்றுள்ளே. எல்லா உலகும் தகையவியலால் எல்லாவினைகள் குணமாம் புகழீது இல்லாதது நாம் எது கண்ணுறலால் எல்லாரருணாச்சலமாம் இதுவே எல்லாரருணாச்சலமாம் இதுவே.
शंभो भोलेनाथ शंभो नित्यानंद शंभो भोलेनाथ शंभो नित्यानंद शंभो भोलेनाथ नित्यानंद शंभो पधारे नित्यानंद शंभो पधारे मेरे स्वामी पधारे हैं मेरे स्वामी पधारे हैं के घर घर हर घर गाए मारे नित्यानंद की महिमा घर घर हर घर गाए मारे भोलेनाथ की महिमा धरती पे उतर के एक नर शरीर धर के धरती पे पधारे हैं। घर घर हर घर गाए मारे नित्यानंद की महिमा, घर घर हर घर गाए मारे भोलेनाथ की महिमा। भस्मासुर को वर प्रदान किया, रावण को लंका दे दी, जिसने भी जो भी मांगा दिल से उसे वो सब दे दी। मांगा हमसे कुछ भी नहीं, देते गए जो है सभी।
देखते हैं वो भक्ति, कुछ भी उसके सिवा नहीं।
तेरी ये अनंत लीला समझ न पाए हम, मिलजुल के खुल खुल के गाए मारे नित्यानंद की महिमा। घर घर हर घर गाए मारे भोलेनाथ की महिमा। इस धरती पे उतर के
Every one of us that are sitting here eagerly awaiting to receive the initiation, to awaken the brain grooves, to have the telescopic and microscopic vision, to be able to reflect the cosmos. We would like to take a few minutes to take you all through the different platforms through which you can post your prayers, your messages, boons and blessings requests directly to Swamiji and offer your gratitude at the lotus feet of our beloved Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
The first platform is YouTube. Please head to KAILASA's SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel and make sure to hit the subscribe button if you have not yet subscribed. Head to the live video and in the comment section, you can post your prayers, messages of gratitude and also share how are you enjoying the darshan? What's your experience in the darshan? The next is WhatsApp. Please head to kailasa.org, the official website. And if you scroll down, you'll be prompted with the WhatsApp icon. Click on it, join the WhatsApp community where you can post your prayers, boon requests directly to Swamiji.
The next is Twitter. Please head to x.com and you all can head to KAILASA's SPH Nithyananda Paramashivam, the official Twitter handle. Make sure you're going to the pinned tweet, the topmost tweet in the handle, and you can reply tweet to that pinned tweet with the hashtag #AskTheAvatar. And in Twitter, you can post questions that you would like to request Swamiji to reveal further on, global solutions and to address some of the global crises that humanity is facing, or even to know about the deeper truths and revelations about the mysteries of the cosmos, and to understand further depth about what Hinduism reveals. You can ask all of these questions with the hashtag #AskTheAvatar and post it or tweet it on Twitter as a reply tweet to the pinned tweet. The next is Instagram. Head to KAILASA's SPH Nithyananda, the official Instagram handle. Click the profile picture. It will lead you to the live video. In the comment section of the live video, all of you can post your blessings requests and your prayers and messages to Swamiji. The next platform is Facebook.
Please head to KAILASA's SPH Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page. Scroll down to the live video, click on the live stream and share it with at least 5 of your friends, your family members. Especially if you have anyone who is going through any mental health crisis, share this video with them. And in the comment section, you can post your prayers, boon requests, and also how you are enjoying the darshan and the experiences that you are having in the darshan. Make sure to like the video as well as follow the page if you have not yet followed.
And today, as all of us are gathered here for the initiation and to listen to the revelations on the Charya Kriya Pada, the Yoga Pada, Jnana Pada, and the secrets of time zones that Swamiji is about to reveal to all of us today. I know each of us are eagerly awaiting to listen to the revelations. Today, we have a very important subject that we would like to ask all of you to vote upon. Hindus, the youth of Hindus, are the next generation. The Hindu youth, the next generation, are the ones who are going to carry forward all the sciences of Hinduism further. They are the future of Hinduism. And having said that, it is important that we instill the right Hindu values, the principles, most importantly, the right inner image inside the Hindu youth, so that they can progress towards carrying forward the Sanatana Hindu Dharma and them teaching to the next generations and so on. Having said that, today, to all the Hindus, the members of Raj Sabha, any born and practicing Hindus, we have a question for all of you. Do you think that Hindus should be offered the choice to embark on 1 year brahmacharya lifestyle, brahmacharya training, where they officially Krama brahmacharya life, they get initiated and they live the life of a Krama brahmachari, a sannyasi, and which is similar to the mandatory 1 year military training in some of the countries around the world? Do you think we should bring in this practice where every Hindu youth is given that training or with brahmacharya, which would enable each individual to not only live as brahmacharis, but also fostering the inner strength and consciously empowering the youth, the next generation, to have the right inner image and the conscious strength to progress forward in their life, which in turn can empower them to steer the future of Hinduism and contribute to both individual enlightenment and global peace. You can let us know your answer. If you feel yes, you can opt for yes. If you feel no, you can opt for no. Do let us know. Please head to kailasa.org/Hindu-votes.
You can head to kailasa.org/Hindu-votes and cast your vote. Understand, this voting system that we are having, where Kailasa's Rajya Sabha voting, is a very, very important initiative that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has taken upon to unite the 2 billion Hindus across the globe. As Swamiji has elaborately mentioned in various different satsangs and presidential addresses, Sanatana Hindu Dharma is the only solution for all the global crises that humanity is facing, especially in the modern day. While all of us, especially in this generation, are facing some of the very tough times, we have an avatar here with us. And it is only the Sanatana Hindu Dharma that is having the science and solution for all of the crises that we are facing today. Your participation in this voting is going to be a part of this grand revival that Swamiji is doing, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing, in order to bring the 2 billion Hindus together and revive Sanatana Hindu Dharma to its fullest glory. Take a few minutes now. We request all of you to head to kailasa.org/Hindu-votes and cast your vote. And also, please head to Twitter using the hashtag Kailasa Parliament. Please post, why do you feel that the voting choice that you have made is the right choice according to you?
To head to the link and please vote, please cast your vote. And today, to all the members of Chit Sabha, to all the Sarvagnya Pita Yajamans, the Sarvagnya Pita Kartas, and every one of you that are here with us, we have an important topic upon which we would like to ask all of you to vote upon. How much do you think in your life are you incorporating, applying the Jnana Pada, the powerful cognitions and truths that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed in your everyday decision making and crisis management in your personal life? How much do you apply the powerful cognitions, the satyas, the paramasatyas that Swamiji reveals to each of us, the Jnana Pada? How much do you think you apply these powerful cognitions and truths in your everyday life? Your options are: option A, I always align myself back to the powerful cognitions and truths every single time I need to make decision. Option B, I try to, but not always. Option C, no, I am yet to start living or practicing these truths. We request all the Sarvagnya Pita Yajaman, Sarvagnya Pita Kartas. We request all of you to take a minute. Please head to the link and you all can cast your vote. This link is available to all of you on your WhatsApp message and it will be available to all of you in your chats. You all can click your respective Zoom chats and you all can head to the link and please cast your vote. Do let us know, because each aspect, the revival through the Hindu votes, Swamiji is reviving, restoring the responsible democracy, empowering each of us to think about the choices we make, empowering each of us to make responsible decisions for Hinduism and our individual lives at large. So please take a minute or two, head to the link and please cast your vote.
Now, with this, let us all continue to enjoy the most powerful darshan of Bhagavan Mahasadashiva Murti.
காலமாய் காத்திருந்தேன் நான் காலமாய் காத்திருந்தேன் காயும் நிலவும் காற்றியும் இருந்தெல்லா ஒன்றே ஒன்றே
मेरे स्वामी पधारे हैं
से कुछ भी नहीं, देते गए जो है सभी। देखते हैं वो भक्ति कुछ भी उसके सिवा नहीं।
तेरी ये अनंत लीला समझ न पाए हम, मिलजुल के खुल खुल के गाए मारे नित्यानंद की महिमा। घर घर हर घर गाए मारे भोलेनाथ की महिमा। इस धरती पे उतर के एक नर शरीर धर के, ये थके नहीं अभी रुके नहीं, मारे स्वामी पधारे हैं। मिलजुल के खुल खुल के गाए मारे नित्यानंद की महिमा। तू भी धुन सम के गुनगुनारे मारे नित्यानंद की महिमा। घर घर हर घर गाए मारे नित्यानंद की महिमा। घर घर हर घर गाए मारे नित्यानंद की महिमा। नित्यानंद की महिमा, नित्यानंद की महिमा, नित्यानंद की महिमा, नित्यानंद की महिमा, नित्यानंद की महिमा। मम माता जनकोऽपि त्वं, यन्नम्मयप्पने
मम रात्रिं दिवसत्वं,
कालभैरवाय नमः।
जगदादिस्त्वम् अन्तस्त्वं,
हे जगत्कारण
मम संघर्षत्वं पूर्णत्वं,
हे फलप्रदाः
मम भूमिराकाशत्वं, नित्यानन्दा मम सर्वस्वं,
नित्यानन्दा मम सर्वस्वं,
मम सर्वस्वम्।
तेरे चरणों में उम्र बीत जाए, मेरे संसार में केवल तू, मेरे जीवन का लक्ष्य तू ही बन जाए। मोह माया में ना फंसूं, तेरे रूप रूप है नेक, तेरी करुणा है अपार, तुझ पे प्रेम का अभिषेक सदैव करे ये संसार। तेरे रूप रूप है नेक, तेरी करुणा है अपार, तुझ पे प्रेम का अभिषेक सदैव करे ये संसार। सा 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 री 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 गा 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 म ग म ग म प ग म प म ग म ग रे सा नि सा 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 री 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 गा 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 म ग म ग म प सरि नि स ध नि सरि ग रि म ग प म ध प नि ध नि प ध म प ध नि नि ध ध प प म म माता जनकोऽपि त्वं, यन्नम्मयप्पने मम रात्रिं दिवसत्वं, कालभैरवाय नमः।
जगदादिस्त्वम् अन्तस्त्वं,
हे जगत्कारण
मम संघर्षत्वं पूर्णत्वं,
हे फलप्रदाः
मम भूमिरा
Om. 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 As the ultimate manifestation of Paramashiva's Mahasadashiva Murti, I bless you all with Paramadvaita, with all the auspiciousness, Sarvamangalatva, today I'll give important special initiations, dikshas to awaken your brain grooves and non-mechanical parts of your brain to experience Mahasadashiva. Listen. see the sky, the whole universe. Visualize your brain is telescope to see whole universe, and it is microscope to see yourself deep. It can see what is happening in the farthest end of the universe in Milky Way. It can also see what is happening deep inside you, in your consciousness, in your emotions, in your perceptions, how the thoughts, emotions, patterns are functioning. It can see the Brahmanda and Pindanda, heights of Brahmanda, depths of Pindanda. Decide. Listen carefully. Decide to sit as Mahasadashiva with 25 heads, 50 hands, 75 eyes. Just sit. You are inside him. Just sit as Mahasadashiva. You can use your brain. You can use your brain. You can use your brain as telescope and microscope. You can see the farthest end of Brahmanda and the depth of Pindanda. With this initiation, you will be able to manifest the powers of able to move the objects on ground or silicon surface. You will be able to move the matter. Now sit as Mahasadashiva. Om, Om, Om.
எதிலும் இயங்கும் இயக்கமும் நானே, என் இசை நின்றால் அதங்கும் உலகே. நான் அசைந்தால் அசையும் அகிலமெலாமே. நான் அசைந்தால் அசையும் அகிலமெலாமே. அறிவாய் மனிதா உன் ஆணவம் பெரிதா. நான் அசைந்தால் அசையும் அகிலமெலாமே. அறிவாய் மனிதா உன் ஆணவம் பெரிதா. ஆலவாயினுது பாத வந்தவனின் பாதும் வாயனிய மூல வந்த துருவாட்டும் நானே. பாவமும் நானே, பாடும் உனை நான் பாத வைத்தேனே. பாட்டும் நானே, பாவமும் நானே. சரி காரி கரி காரி கரி சனித பரி சரி சரி தரி சனித பமகரி சமகரி பம கத பமகரி மக பமத பம பதனிசா. ತಿಂದರಿಕಿತ ತಿಕ ತಿರಿಕಿತ ತಿಕದ ದಿಂಧ ಝುಮುಕ್ ಝುಮುಕ್ ಜನ झुमक जान झुमक झुमक दिन धा हा झुमक झुमक दिन धा सागरी ग सारी नी सारी नी सदा दारी सानी दा पमा पदा नी सारी takatari takita junutari timita tangri kata ta gari magari sariga tajam tha trikata tha ni sarigama tom trikata tha gari sa tarik tak tha padani sagari ri ma ga ga pa ma ma da pa pa ri ga ma pa da pa ni da sari ni sagari ma gari sagari sa ni sa sagari sari ni sari sani da gari sani da ri sa ni pa ma ri ga ma da pa ma pa sa ni dha ma da ni sagari sari ni sari ma gari ga sa ma gari sa ni ri sa ni da sa ni da pa sa ni da pa ma pa ri sa ni da pa ga gari sa ni da ri sari gari ga maga magari sagari gari sari da ni sa ri sa ni da magari sa ni da pa magari sa tum nane bhavam nane padum ne nan padavaite ne patum nane bhavam nane
हर बोल शिव शंभु नित्यानंद परम शिव शंभु हर बोल शिव शंभु कैलाश राज शिव शंभु चल रहा था मैं अकेला तेरे ही एक आंसू में सोना सा मेरा समंदर तेरी ही एक प्यासू में बारिशे बन के मिला जो तुझ में ही मैं खुल गया नदिया के जैसे तू आया तुझ में ही मैं खो गया बोर के हर तारे सा जगमग मुझे तू कर गया द्वारे खोले तूने तेरे जग ये सारा मिल गया नित्यानंदा शंभु शंकर बन के तू जो आ गया थामे तेरे हाथों को जो तुझसे ही मैं मिल गया बातें तुझे से ही सारी करूं रूठा तुझ पे ही मैं करूं तेरे खानों पे चढ़ के जग ये सारा मैंने हारा करूं हंसना भी तेरे संग करो रोना भी तेरे संग ही करो भोली सी तेरी हीन आंखों में खुद को ही देखा करो मेरी हर सांस में है तू घन घन में बसा है तू मेरी हर सांस में है तू रग रग में जला है तू सांस मेरी जो चली है बोलती है ये तू सुन ले रे हर बोल शिव शंभु नित्यानंद परम शिव शंभु हर बोल शिव शंभु कैलाश राज शिव शंभु हर बोल शिव शंभु नित्यानंद परम शिव शंभु हर बोल शिव शंभु कैलाश राज शिव शंभु
கொண்டு அருந்தரும் சிவனே போற்றி. ஈயாயிரம் கைகள் கொண்டு நினைக்கின்ற தூயவா போற்றி. உன்னத சத்தியத்தை உரைக்கின்ற தேவனே போற்றி. என் நாட்டு ஜீவனுக்கும் இறைவா போற்றி. ஔஷதம் தந்தரும் சதாசிவா போற்றி. பர்வதம் நிற்கின்ற பரமேஸ்வரனே
नित्यानंदा सत्या नित्य रूपा. नित्या नित्यानंदा सत्या नित्य रूपा. ब्रह्मा नित्यानंदा विष्णु शिव रूपा. ब्रह्मा नित्यानंदा विष्णु शिव रूपा. आनंद तांडव नित्या हरे नित्यानंदा. परमहंसा श्री नित्या हरे नित्यानंदा. आनंद तांडव नित्या हरे नित्यानंदा. परमहंसा श्री नित्या हरे नित्यानंदा. नित्या नित्यानंदा सत्या नित्य रूपा. नित्या नित्यानंदा सत्या नित्य रूपा. பிறந்தாய் ஐயா நித்யா. திருவண்ணாமலையில் விதித்தாய் ஐயா. மனித உருவெடுத்த தெய்வம் ஐயா. இந்த உலகை காக்க வந்த ஞானி ஐயா. ஞான தொழுதல் மூலமாக எங்கள் நோயை கரைய வைத்தாய் ஐயா. புனிதமான உந்தன் பாதத்தால் தலையெழுத்தை மாற்றிய ஐயா. பாதை காட்டும் பரமனுமே. பாதம் தொடவே அருளனுமே. வேதம் எல்லாம் உன்னுருவம் வரும். வெற்றி எல்லாம் உன்படிவம். தெய்வம் என்றால் நீ மட்டும்தான் ஐயா. தெய்வமே நீ தேன் சொட்டுதான். கற்றதெல்லாம் உன்னை மட்டும்தான் ஐயா. காண வேண்டும் தினமுனைதான். நித்யா நித்யானந்தா சத்யா நித்ய ரூபா. நித்யா நித்யானந்தா சத்யா நித்ய ரூபா.
Om. As Paramashiva's ultimate manifestation of Mahasadashivamurti, I'll elaborate on some of the great truths as a message directly from KAILASA, from Paramashiva himself. Charya, Kiriya, Yoga, Jnana. Understand these 4 words. The whole Veda Agamas revelations of Paramashiva, the whole Vedas and Agamas roughly classified as 4 parts: Charya, Kriya, Yoga, Jnana. Charya means lifestyle. Understand? The cumulative effect of your life is decided by the way you live. As I was explaining the other day, neither great good nor worst bad happens in one day. Success is not like winning a lottery. Success is habit. Winning is habit. Winning is lifestyle. Listen intensely. Losing never happens in one day. It is always habit. Lifestyle is very important to achieve anything you want, whether health, wealth, relationships, knowledge, enlightenment, powers, anything you want to achieve. Lifestyle is extremely important. That is why the first part of the Agama is Charya Pada. Next is Kriya Pada. I wanted to make this very clear, at least to all the living, practicing Hindus. Listen, Sanatana Hindu Dharma is the science of cosmos. Sanatana Hindu Dharma reveals the vertical time zones, higher lokas. All the higher lokas and the beings who are living there, the superconscious beings, and how to connect with them and receive their blessings and support in our life, and how to bring those great gifts from those worlds to this world and make this world a better place. Understand? One king Bhagirath, only one king Bhagirath, he decided he will do tapas and bring Mother Ganga, Ma Ganga, who was living in Brahmaloka, Satyaloka. She was living in Brahma's Kamandalu. Brahma was doing the creation through the Veda mantras and using Ganga from his Kamandalu. That's the way he was doing the creation. He decided he will beg Brahma, all the gods, the beings of the vertical time zone, superconscious beings of the vertical time zone, and he will bring Mother Ganga to planet Earth. See, one king through his tapas brought Mother Ganga to planet Earth, and whole humanity is still enjoying Ganga. Understand? 1/10 of the humanity, 10% of the humanity is directly benefited by Ganga. You may be shocked. Go and study, Google, you will find 10% of the humanity. 1/10 of the humanity is directly benefited by Ma Ganga. All the great gifts given to this planet, rare herbs, many things were brought from the higher worlds, the vertical time zone. Not only they enriched their life, they enriched the planet Earth. So understand, Kriya Pada is the methodology. Kriya Pada gives you the complete science. What is vertical time zones, higher worlds? Who are the superconscious beings living there? And what is their characteristics? And how to connect with them? How to bring them and their blessings, bring them and their blessings to planet Earth? Listen. I am making a very important, serious statement here. Paramashiva manifesting in this form, Nithyananda Paramashivam, as a very rare opportunity to see Vedas and Agamas and Puranas and this Western sci-fi movies, sci-fi series. Listen carefully, O Hindus. O Hindus, constantly you guys are being told all our Puranas, Agamas are myth. They are all just stories of some old men. They are all imaginations of some old people. Listen. Agamas are more than 10 crore verses. All the 28 Agamas are more than 10 crore verses. And 18 Puranas are at least more than 1 crore Purana. And Mahabharata is 2 lakh verses. Puranas, Upapuranas and Itihasa. Itihasa is Ramayana and Mahabharata. Please understand, this whole thing, Agamas, Puranas, Itihasas, this whole thing talks about the higher lokas, like what is Swargaloka, what is Pitruloka, what is Yamaloka, what is the Makarloka, Janaloka, Tapoloka, Brahmaloka. All these are spoken by various agamas, by various Puranas, various Upapuranas, various Upagamas, and various Itihasas. Listen, Vedas talk about all these vertical time zones. Then Upavedas talk about it. Then Veda Angas talk about it. Then Agamas talk about it. Upa Agamas talk about it. Then Agama Angas talk about it. Then Puranas elaborately talk about it. Dharma Shastras, many places talks about it. And Itihasas talk about it. I want you to know, for example, Kamadhenu means, whether you go to Vedas and read the description of Kamadhenu, or you go to Upavedas and read the description of Kamadhenu, or you go to the Veda Anga Shastras and read the description of Kamadhenu, or even the Vedanta Shastras and read about Kamadhenu, or the Agamas and read about Kamadhenu, Upa Agamas read about Kamadhenu, Agama Anga read about Kamadhenu, Agamantas read about Kamadhenu, Puranas read about Kamadhenu, Upa Puranas read about Kamadhenu, Itihasas read the description of Kamadhenu. Nowhere any inconsistency. Listen. Surely this whole scriptures are not written by one person. If it is written by one brain, then you should accept the person who wrote is God. Even the Agamas, Puranas, Vedas clearly tell who is who and who manifested what. In Vedas, it is very clearly saying this rishis saw these mantras, did not write, did not invent, did not create. They just experienced and noted it down. Same way Agamas very clearly says this form of Paramashiva revealed this Agama to this person. Same way Puranas very clearly says this Rishi, this Muni spoke this Purana to this person, clearly documented. How can such vast literature have consistency if it is not true? listen, listen. I wanted now all of you to look into the one truth. If you have seen all these movies list I am giving, the heroes return, Interstellar, the huge list of movies which talk about aliens, power manifestation, the different time zones, all these movies, the story writers, the X-Men, Aquaman, Spider-Man, see all these. I wanted all of you to know, even though the story writers have AI, artificial intelligence, computers, all modern equipments to correct any inconsistency about the description of characters, to remove any inconsistency about the detailings of the characters. They have all the modern equipments available. They have team to discuss. Everything is available, but even then they are not able to maintain the consistency of the characters or the places or the items described in these movies. Understand? If you had the opportunity to read the original Puranas and these modern day sci-fi movies, I think there is a list, I think at least 100 movies name I can mention. Aquaman, Spider-Man, X-Men, Interstellar, and Doctor Strange, all these. If you had the chance to see all these movies and read the original Puranas as it is, or their authentic translation, you can understand what I am trying to show you. This one point is enough to prove Veda, Agama, Puranas describe something which is really existing. That is why so many people on such consistency is possible. Listen. If you take one idea, Kalpataru. What is Kalpataru? Go to Vedas. Then go to Upavedas. Then go to the Veda Angas. Then go to Vedanta. Then go to Agama. Then go to Agama Anga. Then go to Upagama. Then go to Agamanta. Then go to Puranas. Then go to Upapuranas. Then go to Idihasa. Understand, this whole literature is at least has taken more than 10,000 years. The whole 10,000 years, the descriptions and definitions of the people, Narada, Kalpataru, Kamadhenu, Ujjaishravas, Samudramandan, the happenings like Samudramandan, personalities like Ganapati, Subramanya, Narada, Indra, Varuna, Vayu are the objects. Like Shamantakamani, Kamadhenu, the beings, Kamadhenu, Kalpavriksha. All this impossible to maintain the consistent description and introduction unless it is true. Unless it is true, be very clear. The earliest Veda, Rig Veda, and the most